Buenos días. Bienvenidas.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. At Santiago, on the way to Buenos Aires in November of this year, we are gathered to open this meeting. And in order to do so, we first of all give the floor to Raul Garcia Uchauta, Deputy Secretary from ECLAC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Antonia Orellana, Minister of Women and Gender Equality, as well as chair of this meeting, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, Minister of Women, Gender and Diversity from Argentina, and representative of the country that will host the next meeting on women from Latin America and the Caribbean, Maria Noel, my dear Maria Noel Lonesa, who is UN Women Regional Director of the Americas and the Caribbean, Ana Guesmes, our dear friend, Director of ECLAC's Gender Affairs Division. Friends, ministers, representatives of ECLAC member states, representatives of UN agencies, panelists, guests, representatives of NGOs and civil society, especially women's and feminist organizations. Friends, it is indeed an honor for me to open this special meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, together with Maria Noel Vaesa. and with Minister Antonio Orellana, chair of the meeting. And it is also a pleasure to have here the presence of so many people. This is a space that will allow us to go forward in the preparation of the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean to be held in Argentina. We will also be able to celebrate something very important, the 45th anniversary of the Regional Gender Agenda. These agreements were reached at this subsidiary body of ECLAC, and this is indeed an example for the rest of the world. We are thus meeting here in Chile, the country that is the chair of the executive board, and that plays a very important role in bringing a feminist view and modern perspective to the deliberations. Chile today is in the process of going towards a new constitution with very important feminist contributions, and uh, this will undergo a plebiscite on September the 4th. On the other hand, in the first public account of this government, President Gabriel Boric stated at the beginning of June that he proposes that a feminist government will be implemented, and the actions of the state will focus gender parity and equality. He also committed himself to the promotion of the national care system, something we were talking about shortly. We would also uh, welcome Chile's ratification of Escazú, and that was done in New York. This is the first environmental treaty in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the only one in the world that aims at protecting environmental activists in a region that has the sad record of having the highest numbers of deaths amongst environmental activists. This was heard from Brazil, by the way. And many of these women, we salute the 12 countries that have ratified that agreement. The government of Argentina that will host our next conference is also a benchmark in the region in terms of gender equality and in the advancement of women's rights and diversity, as well as the national care system. Argentina has a very important role to play in the preparation of the November conference in order to promote its strong leadership. And the commitments that will stem from that will certainly allow us to continue going forward with actions that will have a positive impact in the lives of women, adolescents, and girls in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as in gender equality. We meet again today, and this is something to celebrate. We are now meeting physically in presence. And this is something that we hadn't been doing ever since the beginning of the pandemic. I'm convinced that this additional enthusiasm to this meeting will be an additional encouragement to go forward in this meeting. 2 years after the outbreak of the pandemic, we know that the resulting crisis has deepened the structural knots of gender inequality, limiting women's economic and physical autonomy as well as decision-making capabilities. In the region, we are still feeling the devastating effects in all areas, in the workplace, in health, economies, as well as in the subjectivity and people's um, emotional aspects. At the pandemic, the burden of care work for households and especially for women has increased tremendously. Even before the pandemic, we knew that women spend 3 times as much as men on an average in care. The countries of the region that have measured the economic value of unpaid work in households, 10 in the region, state that between 15 and 27% of GDP is under their responsibility. And it's women that contribute 75% of that in the region. This care overload in the shoulders of women have an impact on their diminishing participation in the labor market. Employment has decreased, but women are the ones that have most suffered that impact. The greatest loss of jobs for women was in the lower wage sectors, and that resulted in increased poverty, especially amongst the women. The women most affected are those with low levels of education, that have small children, and with precarious occupations associated with informal labor. And the sectors that were most impacted were trade, manufacturing, tourism, or domestic work. Although ECLAC has seen a recovery in labor participation amongst women, the truth is that it is uneven. Our estimations on growth foresee an average of only 1.8% for the region, much lower than the 2.1% that had been calculated January this year. In the labor market, our estimations tell us that only men will return to pre-crisis employment levels. Women will barely reach the labor participation they had in 2008, that is 49%. One of every two women participate in the labor market, and we would still be at the levels of 13 years ago. So we are really going backwards more than a decade. We have seen that Ukraine conflict has been added to this. We noted in a recent report entitled Repercussions in Latin America and the Caribbean on the War of Ukraine, how to face this new crisis. There, we talked about the slow recovery of employment that affects women mainly. On the other hand, the increase in inflation also affects women more than anybody else. For with less available income, they lose their saving capability, and much of it, their income must be devoted to daily consumption. And this is due to the increase in the prices of food stuff. Very much in tune with this, the topic of the 15th Regional Conference on Women will be precisely how are we going to go towards a care society where we will better distribute time, labor, resources, and power. We need a sustainable recovery, but with gender equality. We need to change the course of this configuration that has so much inequality, and we must have a different style of development that will recognize the interdependence between people, placing sustainability of human life and the planet at the center of everything. We must bridge this. During these couple of days at work, the Secretariat will bring in the progress made at the, and this will be seen at the position paper. And you have received the document on strategy on information systems. This will be made available to all delegations so we may make comments, contributions, and suggestions. The agenda is ambitious. Today, the first day of work, we will refine details on the conference and we will emphasize the innovations proposed by you and naturally by Argentina as host country. We have much to discuss here on how the 15th conference will contribute to all countries and to the region in topics such as the advancement of women's rights and autonomy. We have much to share. And we are focusing the idea of the care society as the path towards recovery with equality and true sustainability. Friends, colleagues, this special roundtable will also give us the opportunity to celebrate, as I said in the beginning, something that I believe is extraordinary. I'm talking about the 45th anniversary of the Regional Gender Agenda. Latin America and the Caribbean is the only region in the world which has, for 45 years, truly promoted a regional gender agenda, an instrument that will be the guide for public policies, actions, and decisions in our countries in order to promote gender equality and sustainable development. And this agenda embraces all of the commitments to women's autonomies and rights that the region's governments adopted in the regional conferences of women in the region. And it also feeds on the capabilities, the strength, and the creativity of women in the region, as well as feminist organizations. ECLAC has already organized 14 regional conferences on women. This was first done through the Women and Development Division, and afterwards through the Division on Gender under Anna. The first one was in 1977 in Havana, and the latest one was held in Santiago 2020, organized together with UN Women, with whom we have an excellent strategic partnership we're very proud of. As a result of these conferences, today we are celebrating these 45 years of labor on behalf of gender equality in all areas of life. That is, equal rights that will naturally be reflected by our country's legislations, but also in the rights, in rules. I am proud to be part of this path. All are going through this. Men and women who wish to live in societies, leaving no one behind, leaving no woman or girl behind. In plural, intercultural societies that will care and promote co-responsibility, joint responsibility for care between men and women, between state and the market, between families and communities. We are committed to continue working to reverse social and gender inequality together with the environmental dimension that is so important, as well as economic development. These are all important. And what we wish is to give priority to sustainability of life and care of the planet. Within this framework, the high-level panel tomorrow will discuss the contributions of the regional gender agenda, gender equality policies, and women's autonomy in the region will be discussed. And it's important to celebrate progress made, to show what has already been achieved in terms of gender equality, but we will also analyze the current scenario that is so urgent. We must sustain and strengthen the coordination between the efforts of the governments, UN system, intergovernment organizations, and civil society organizations. These are so important in all their diversity in order to continue to expand the regional gender to ensure the implementation in the countries in the region. Friends, I think that we'll have a very productive couple of days of work. This will be dealing with the preparation of the regional conference. We will see also what, as a region, we have accomplished in gender equality, and we will also talk about what we wish to conquer in the future. Welcome all to this special meeting. Welcome to UN's home. in the region. I am sure that this will allow us to continue designing a better future for all inhabitants in the region. We know that that will be so because we shared the idea to continue building a future uh, with development, equality, and sustainability at the core in order to change what we want in the region.
Thank you, Raul. Now we will hear from Maria Noel Baez, the Regional Director of UN Women. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite difficult to take the floor after Raul because he listed off many figures and statistics, but allow me to greet the chairman of this event, the Minister of Women and Gender Equality of Chile. Thank you for joining us here. I would also like to mention that we're very pleased to be able to hold this event to celebrate 45 years. This is such a fabulous accomplishment of the region. As Raul said, this is the only region that actually has a regional women's conference. Allow me to also greet Elisa and other two authorities from Argentina who are here. And we are organizing this event with the president of Argentina. Thank you for placing women at the core, women in all of our various shapes and sizes and diversity. So thank you. I would also like to greet my dear friend Anna as well from the gender division and all the rest of you. Today's a very important day because we do need to celebrate and commemorate accomplishments, particularly bear in mind these months of uncertainty. We have this war in Europe. We have a pandemic that has not gone away yet. We have unprecedented inflation. The pandemic is looming large, this other pandemic, which is violence against women. And there are so many issues and challenges we face today. So it's important to stop, take stock, and commemorate because we have good reason to commemorate. 45 years ago, for the first time ever, there was a conference, a women's conference. So allow me to point out my dear colleague, Enrique Iglesias, who was the Secretary General of ECLAC back then. And he, in fact, was the individual who fostered this. He was the individual who wanted women to have a voice. We weren't important back then, and not even within international organizations. That's why it's so important to celebrate this first step that was taken 45 years ago. And that is the reason why we are here today. We are here to actually say loud and clear that yes, we do matter. We are key in this region, and we have an opportunity here, an opportunity to discuss public policies, to discuss progress, all that are very key aspects of our lives, and to protect our region. That's why the issue, the regional conference, the motto, and thanks to the generosity of Argentina, we'll be meeting in November in Buenos Aires, and hopefully we will be in person, and hopefully we will have representatives, female representatives from civil society, from the member states, from other organizations, so that we can all together state that we are going to take care of our planet and our people. The care society is essential. It must be at the heart of our discussions. We believe that the only way to act is together. And that is why I would like to celebrate this strategic partnership with ECLAC, and that we can actually work together on this conference, because together we will be stronger and we will be able to better support the member states of our organization. I would also like to greet the representatives of the feminist organizations and civil society organizations. Without you, UN Women would not exist. And without you, we would not be able to make progress on the key issues that citizens demand in terms of women's fundamental rights. That's why I would like to invite you to make sure that citizens cry out loudly and demand their rights for the economy of care, for the care society. Care is essential. If we do not have care systems, we are not going to have time to take part in policy and politics, or even take part in the economy, which is our right, or take part in the negotiations. As we have seen, There are many social movements throughout the region, and just take a look at what's going on in Ecuador. There's one single woman on that panel, and we need more women to be active in these very dynamic social movements throughout the region. Women must enjoy their 50% share in this power. And that's why we want equality. We don't just want to set up care systems that are public, private, community in nature, but we also want to make sure they have enough budget, enough infrastructure, and the desire to truly allow women the opportunity to go out and work, and so allow women to know, to rest assured that they have that qualified professionals have their back. We also know that in the care economy, the majority of the workers will be women because that's natural for us, but we also must generate quality work for others to activate our economies and the care economy per se. So these 45 years have gone by and a lot of different activities have taken place, and we have had significant achievements, and we must celebrate these, but without losing sight of the fact that there are threats to these achievements, to knocking them down. And we need to be very alert and vigilant with regard to these threats. That's why this year the regional conference will allow us to celebrate these achievements and to focus on them, to face these challenges and say, no, we will not allow for setbacks in our region. Our region is a region where women can still be free, but we need to defend those rights with every drop of energy we have. Now, progress with regard to gender equality and women's empowerment are simply things we cannot deny. For example, with regard to health, education, the labor market, or women taking part in public life, the progress is less. 85% of the mayors in our region are men. 90% of the companies throughout a region are led by men. And we simply cannot continue as such because women have this transformative energy that is being lost. We're not taking advantage of that. That's why together we need to tackle this challenge. And we must say, yes, women want and must enjoy this right to act and to be leaders in all sectors. So that is a paradox. And we have seen progress, we have seen achievements, we have seen budgets, albeit meager, because often we need to get out a magnifying glass to actually see the budget assigned to allocated to women. But we cannot accept that. We have to actually have real, tangible budgets that allow for financial inclusion of women, that will allow for the economy of care to flourish, and to allow for women to participate in all aspects of daily life. So this is the message for you. We are hopeful. We are very hopeful that we will continue to make progress with regard to women's participation. But at the same time, we must not lose sight from these challenges. We also must pull together our efforts, government, civil society, international organizations, the private sector, and academia. I was just in Mexico with Ana at a fabulous regional event where there were more than 5,000 women from academia who were talking about their ideas at the Claxo conference. And I heard marvels about how to address the care system in different countries and different sectors. So we need academia, we need the private sector, but above all, we need political will, decisive political will, because without that, in Argentina, we wouldn't have the Ministry of Diversity and Equality. And without decisive political will in Chile, we wouldn't have the care systems that are starting to be pulled together and to work towards this social security system that is a key for women. So that's why we need decisive political will. And I think that we will also address this at this conference. Allow me to mention as well that I like to imagine a very robust regional conference with experiences that are marked by conviction, that are resounding, that show that we are out here to attain our objectives and to come up with solutions for the governments in our region so that the governments will finally be able to place women at the core of what we do in our region. Allow me to close by thanking Alicia Barcena. She is the former executive secretary of ECLAC, because without her, we would not have this strategic partnership. So I'm not sure if she's listening, but if she is, I would like to send her a very warm message of appreciation for her leadership throughout the years at ECLAC. She has truly installed this attitude, this positive attitude with regard to women. So thank you, and I wish you the best of luck in a successful event. Thank you, Maria Noel. Now we will hear from Antonia Orellana, Minister of Women and Gender Equity of Chile and the chair of the presiding officers of the regional conference. Go ahead, Madam Minister. Thank you, Luis. Raul Garcia Buchaca, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Maria Noel Valles, Regional Director of the Americas and Caribbean of UN Women, and authorities of the organizations with regard to women in Latin America and the Caribbean, international organizations, delegates of feminist organizations and civil society. On behalf of the President, Gabriel Boric Font, and as chair of the presiding officers of this event, I would like to begin by letting everyone know here at ECLAC and at UN Women and all the countries taking part here and today. I would like to thank you for the efforts carried out thus far to make sure that this event is actually taking place. This is a special meeting, so it's key that we are all here present. Well, not all of us are present. We have this hybrid meeting, but I would like to appreciate the valuable work that has been carried out over 45 years to turn our regional women's agenda into something realistic that has truly changed lives of women, adolescents, girls, and older women. Now, we are celebrating 45 years of this agenda, and I think it's a key moment to reflect upon the challenging situation of women. Now, the gender agenda is key. We know there's been significant progress over the years, but at the same time, we have been able to identify the challenges of each historic moment throughout a region and the various agreements that, from the perspective of gender equality and autonomy, have been adopted. We can talk about critical dimensions related to human rights, of course. We can also refer to women as subjects of rights and the states as guarantors or potential guarantors of said rights. We have seen that women's rights have been ratified as inalienable in other areas. We know that there are different forms of discrimination and violence. Sexual reproductive rights are key. Economic and cultural rights must also be enjoyed. Political and social rights, and collective and environmental rights. With regard to what Maria Noel mentioned, I always recall Paulina Bever, a deceased Chilean colleague, who said, sometimes, well, we know that in our region, we are calling for solutions to these problems, and it seems as though there's never enough. But if we go back and think about the agreements reached over the last 10 years, and obviously if we resort to the memory of older women, we can see that our lives have changed. Our future is different. We have different opportunities. And now let me quote Paulina, we simply cannot forget to congratulate ourselves for everything that we have done thus far, and to continue encouraging each other to blaze trails going forward. So it's important to commend and celebrate all of us for these 45 years. We have heard from those who spoke before me that the situation, the general context is challenging. We have the pandemic, we have social unrest, we have the war in the Ukraine, and how this has continued to create stress throughout the region and has given way to food insecurity and other painful issues. We have the migratory crisis in our region as well. As a country, we are committed to encourage multilateral solutions, and then we have ecological and environmental crises as well, and the impact that this has on women and girls. Now, we have seen that given this, women's rights have faced setbacks. The countries need to take concrete administrative steps to address the negative impact of the pandemic on women's labor situation and independence. Therefore, women in Latin America and the Caribbean again have faced major setbacks. I'm not going to read the figures with regard to the informal economy, to pay differences, all this statistics listed off by Raul, but this is something we're also facing in Chile. We have seen that women from the region are a key part of the first line of defense with regard to the pandemic, not just because the health sector is significantly feminine in terms of the labor force, but we have also had to have this triple burden on women, this as a result of the crisis, working from home. And in it, we have also seen that it's important to make a gender policy something cross-cutting in all of the policies. And we in Chile have significantly worked towards implementing this policy, but we know that this has been underway for longer than I have existed. This is a very age-old agenda, but it does call for financial and political will. These are agreements that require that, otherwise they would not move forward. We also need agreements with regard to economic and social and fiscal areas so that we can continue to protect the rights of women that have been secured in recent years, so we can prevent setbacks and have successes in the mid and long term. We also need to legitimize democracy in this regard and multilateralism as means to solve problems, daily problems we face. We talk about feminist politicization, but we also know that there's this unmet commitment to women and to provide solutions to women for their daily issues, to allow half of this population to let their dreams come true. This needs to be resolved through institutionality. Unpaid female care workers meet the needs of so many, and that's why we talk about this increased care crisis during the pandemic. In all of the countries throughout the region, with the information that we have available, we have seen that women in poor homes have higher burden, girls, poor girls, young women, and there's a great deal of resistance to change by men and by society as a whole and these collective structures, because there's a lack of programs, policies, and will to bring about the better distribution of income and wealth. And we know that there are very key issues with regard to reproductive and sexual rights. In 2020, we have seen that a large number of women left the workforce in order to meet the care responsibilities at home, and they have not gone back to work. We have seen that this is an issue and has caused problems with regard to making progress in the women's agenda, and there are also increasing violence issues. I'm not going to talk about these, but we know that during the quarantine and digitization of various processes, violence against women has increased.
But since the first outbreak of COVID, the women are the ones that are in the forefront, and they have stated all sorts of violence against girls and women, especially in their own households, as tremendous violence against young girls. Sexual exploitation of girls deserves our attention. We also see that this crisis goes forward. We see a lot of hate against the women, diversity, and sexual differences. There's a saying in that a crisis comes and all of our accomplishments are put to the test. We are now trying to meet all of our agreements. The instruments have been backed by the region, and by the rest of the world with support of the citizens. But we must identify what is rejected and what goes against this analysis, especially in public, private, reproductive systems. Proposals have been built for women, resulting in the changes I just mentioned. There's a difference between what happened with our grandmothers and what happens now. And all countries of the region have faced this inequality. They are also all trying to have universal rights for all women. There are differences between discourses, but we're now preparing these guidelines. We must say, though, that there are fundamentalist versions that are being strongly seen in some countries. All countries in the region, though, have some voices that go against gender equality, but others are strengthening their own institutions in terms of gender equality. Apparently, then, this has to do with the political culture of the countries, as well as the pros and cons of their own democratic institutions. We're not talking about a scientific or legal debate. It's a political debate, really. One of the modalities, false analysis, bringing in a direct attack against human rights. Women's rights don't mean that we must change life options. This is not based on concrete evidence at all of the agreements. The governments at the Regional Conference of Women have recognized that gender inequality has been a structural feature in the region. These notes are being reinforced in inequality, poverty, cultural patterns that are violent, sexual inequality, care system that is imbalanced, and we have different issues related to diversity and peoples. The deepened violence means that we must improve our own legislations and the way we report violence, but this also must be seen in a cross-cutting way. In Chile, we can say that the violence against women has to do with public safety issues. And we're going forward on CEDAW and Belén de Pará, but also the other commitments in terms of gender agenda. The region must also face human trafficking. That is an issue that should be priority. And this shows the importance of cooperation in looking at this very serious problem. We must consider the lack of sustainability of the system for the survival of people, communities, the planet, and we need to change our perspective. The care society must change. Important steps have been adopted as a country with the cease of operation of a Ventanas foundry. This is part of the government program. We are in a transition towards a care system, but this will all bring in conflict. There are many legitimate interests at stake. We must work looking for the common good and what is better for the community. Regional efforts must encourage further legislation on care, such as the in American care law, and we must also follow Escazú. We have just heard about the murders in Mexico and Brazil, and let me recall that finally, after many years, the intellectual author of Beta Cartel's murder has been tried and sentenced, and that is good news for the continent. The countries are now strengthening their own civil societies and multilateral structure for joint action. There are common goals here, such as the Plan for Gender Equality, the global partnerships as led by Mexico, the one on the digitalization of women, the Global Alliance for Sustainable Care of Women, and the last one that has been led by USA, and the other one is led by Chile. We must also consider the effects that have been brought because of the pandemic. We are going through difficult times, and this is now more difficult than the times when these agreements were subscribed. Some of these alliances have to do with the improvement of access of women to digital technology. We have to rethink on this. We should have in mind access to internet and digital services that has been made more evident because of the pandemic. As the regional fund for the organization of women, let me say that the first appeal of the fund has been set out. It aims at strengthening organizations to promote the autonomy of women because of COVID-19. And there is a contribution to the women who are at the forefront, such as here in Chile with the common meals offered. This fund is an initiative between government, organizations, and different movements that came about under this conference. It recognizes the important role of organizations and feminist women's movement in going forward towards the regional agenda, the goals of Beijing, and the 2030 agenda. And the first meeting, 258 requests were received from different countries, showing the importance that the countries allocate to this initiative. The Committee on Evaluation prepared a shorter list with the proposals, and 18 organizations were selected to receive these first funds. And we're talking about concrete cooperation with organizations. But we believe that all actions must be prepared together with all of these organizations. Without them, we cannot go forward in meeting our goals. We thank the Secretariat for that event, and we congratulate the selected organizations. We will continue pursuing our goals and articulating the different instruments so that in turn we may come to fruition, that is improving the lives of the majority of women and girls in the region. Thank you very much, Minister. We thus have opened this special meeting. I now grant the floor for the adoption of the agenda and the beginning of our work. Yes, I am sure that it passes. Delegates, you have a document entitled Provisional Agenda that is now submitted to your consideration. If there are no comments, it passes. Approved. Yes. Yes, the gavel says we approve. And now we will go into the presentation of progress in the preparation of the position paper of the 15th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ana Gesnes Garcia, Director of ECLAC's Gender Affairs, will bring in the position paper on the situation of women in Latin America, the Caribbean. This meeting will be held in November. Good morning, Madam Chair of the special meeting, Antonio Orellana, Raul Garcia Buchaca, Deputy Executive Secretary for ECLAC, and Mariana Malvanesa, Regional Director of UN Women, heads of delegations, representatives of civil societies, UN agency representatives. I will bring to you the document that ECLAC is putting forward to the Regional Conference on Women. You have received this online. You also have the comments in Spanish and in English. I will now as we have just heard, tell you that this is a result of what we started doing in the past. We wanted to recognize the legacy that exists. We have been at different meetings from previous regional conferences, receiving contributions from ministers and following the efforts conducted at other intergovernment levels. Where we would like to end up with a document that will truly contribute to this transition towards a care system having in mind equality and sustainability. The first thing I'd like to say has to do with the current situation. We're talking about a region that has had the worst economic decrease that has tremendous effects in our societies. As we know, this has greatly affected the situation of women from an economic standpoint and from the standpoint of autonomy. Women have lost income and they have the added burden of care. In 21, the recovery of the employment has been uneven, and we believe that this year we will close with one of two women out of a job, with high levels of unemployment in the region. That is, not only women are losing their jobs, but also the recovery of the employment amongst women will much slower than that of men. This has been clearly stated by Minister Orellana, as well as in the previous resolutions. But we need strong, clear action. Otherwise, these inequality gaps that already exist will become deeper in the region. Mr. Raul Bichaca said that the war in Ukraine has also affected the growth estimations that had been brought at the beginning of the year. We will grow less. The growth will be moderate, and certainly that will bring in more inflation. The prices of foodstuff and the rise in inflation, as we all know, greatly affects women with less income and in single parent households. Something very interesting that we wanted to bring to you now because it's a word of warning. Women in the region, and here we have the director of CELADE and the director of social development. But there's something very interesting here that we see in this crisis that is not the first and certainly will not be the last. But the fact is that there has been counter-cyclic state action. The women in the region depend to a greater extent on these non-contributory transfers than men. When we talk about women, 26% of the women don't have their own income. And we know that this is been stated by the observatory upon the request of Quito. And that's the percentage of women without their own income. Without non-contributory transfers from the state as of 2020, then that share would have been of more than 30%. This is extremely important. We notice that many countries are no longer granting these transfers, and this is certainly going to affect women. They will become poorer. ECLAC has also said that poverty and extreme poverty will rise above the levels estimated for 2021. And as of Havana in 77, we have been hearing about this. This is a region that is being affected. Marita was UN was ambassador at UN talking about sustainable development goals. But there are many other countries, such as Mexico, that led the discussion on the indicators. This all shows that this region has believed in the importance of relating paid and unpaid work, labor. And this is the analysis that we conducted during the crisis. There we saw, on the one hand, on the side of paid work, and Minister Alcorta, by the way, from Argentina. Let me say that we wish to reflect on this together with your agency, talking about the care system, talking about health, about what's happening in education, and with paid household labor. We know that this is the front line during the pandemic. On the one hand, we have paid domestic work, which is the sector with the greatest loss of employment in the region. 91% of the workers there are women. And definitely, we are now working so that all countries will ratify the ILO agreement. In health, for example, that is so important because of the pandemic. One of every 5 women in health don't have Social Security benefits. When we talk about the regulation, when we talk about the care economy, we must also look at health and education. Wage gaps in health in the region, 24%, just to bring in a figure behind these ideas. And on the other hand, we have seen that unpaid work has placed a big burden of care at the households, because what happens in one sector affects others. And this pandemic has brought greater need for care. You all know the meaning of this in the households, education, health, and many of the mitigation measures took place at households. And here I'd like to mention 2 countries that have conducted surveys on the use of time or some kind of official measurement during the pandemic.
They have shown that women increased their weekly work, their unpaid weekly work, by 6 hours a week. And men, when compared to the previous time use survey, saw a 2-hour drop in the unpaid domestic work. In Mexico, for example, regarding other measurements, the same is evidenced. 6.3 extra weekly hours of work in unpaid work for women. That's a significant change. So we all went home, we were all sent home. We know that even if we weren't first line or basic necessity workers, the gap grew and the gap continues to be quite significant. So we know that there is more requirement for care, and women are primarily holding up, sustaining all of this. Now, prior to the Santiago conference, prior to adopting the Santiago commitment, there was this concept of having counter-cyclical measures to address these changing economic situations. And that was the last time, in fact, we saw each other. And I just wanted to say that this is the first hybrid meeting that we have had, and it's quite interesting to have it in Santiago, Madam Minister. It's quite extraordinary because 2 years ago, in April, the mechanisms for women's progress, those meetings just met, and we decided to open up a special tab, if you will, for gender to address the various measures adopted by the governments to address the care economy that we had been working on with UN Women. And there are 291 measures that have been reported thus far. In other words, the demand was there, the care crisis was present, the mechanisms have identified mechanisms for empowering women or make progress for women have identified have been identified, and I wanted to refer to several of these. Many of these were repeated. For example, Ecuador shared some information with us on campaigns. En Casa Compartimos Actividades is the name of the campaign. In Ecuador, at home we share activities. Many countries have implemented some type of program. Peru, for example, has made progress with regard to amending female domestic workers legislation. So several countries have made some interesting reforms related to this. Colombia, for example, set up via decree an exception so that care workers in charge of care workers could actually have access to be out on the streets during the pandemic and not be stuck at home. And then we have Argentina that came up with employment protection measures, specific cash transfers to various sectors where women were overrepresented. Health workers as well, the public system. There were benefits. So I'm just providing you with some examples of various measures, special leave for persons with children under their care. That was an initiative launched by Chile. It was a preventive medical care for parents, or Costa Rica that actually continued to provide care services and measures for people in situations of dependency. So we just wanted to bring this message of hope to you because prior to launching this meeting, we were speaking amongst each other, ministers, and we talked about how we have not seen this. There has been this wave of cultural, social demands from within the region regarding the care economy and society. We did want to recognize the efforts carried out by you in terms of mechanisms for women's advancement. You are the first line of defense in terms of adopting this type of measures. What does the document say? Well, I'd like to refer to the structure of the document per se, the contents. The document is entitled, well, this is the mandate that you have provided to us and the Secretariat. It says the Care Society, Horizon for Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality. And the document consists of 5 chapters. One chapter that is the starting point, and it refers to gender equality in the care society. The second chapter refers to the inescapable link between the sexual division of labor and gender inequality. The third chapter analyzes the current care economy organizational structure and the future, the present and future organization of care. It refers to epidemiological and demographic aspects as well. Chapter 4 refers to macroeconomic and global challenges for the care economy. And then chapter 5, I already mentioned this earlier, chapter 5 is addressing changes in the development model. So it's a change of era, the state for the care economy or care society. This is something that has been systematically addressed and referred to, and now we know this is a model that all the studies have shown to be unsustainable. So here we would like to zoom in on the state and the type of fiscal, economic, and social policies would be required for this care society, and also focus on cultural change and how progress can be made from that perspective. Chapter 1 refers to this idea that the care society is not about a public policy, simple public policy. It is more than that. It refers to social protection and development aspects. The proposition that you also agree to is that this is an emergency response, if you will, and that the countries are working toward this transformative recovery that places sustainable development at the heart, and that the care society addresses the thoughts and the school of thought of indigenous peoples from our region, from the feminist politicians. And now let me refer to Berta Cáceres, the wealth of women who have placed sustainability of life at the heart of this development debate, to have an economy that is truly focused on what truly matters, which is the economy of our lives, the policy of our lives, as we were talking about at Claxo a week ago, as mentioned by Ms. Baeza. So in this chapter, chapter 1, we also aim to emphasize, and we've also talked about this at the meeting we held with Elizabeth Gomez, and this is the concept that the care policies must be addressed from a gender equality perspective, or gender equality policy perspective, from a feminist approach aimed at equality and how this is linked to the sustainability of life. I would have to say that one of the most innovative aspects here regarding the Regional Conference of Women is this legacy that we have received from ECLAC, from its recent years of work, and a great deal of encouragement by Alicia Bárcena, and of course us as key components, is this concept of how equality links up to sustainability, how they're intertwined, how we cannot separate environmental care from people's care. Also, the last time we took part in the presiding officers meeting, we also talked about what it actually means to care when we have climate change issues, when we have all these impacts in a region that is very vulnerable to natural disasters. And of course, we also in this chapter refer to the right to care. That is one of the human rights today. There's a significant pool of international standards and documents in this regard, and this is a right that the region is enjoying and trying to better position with regard to constitutions, legislation, regulatory frameworks, and at the same time, the proposition is that regardless of this, the right exists. So the countries have an obligation, public policy obligation, to protect and guarantee this right. And then we refer a bit to where we're headed with regard to the care society as a positive notion. I think the jump that we're taking from describing sexual division of labor and unfair organization of the care society that we have been experiencing for many years now, we're making a leap from that to this multidimensional structural approach. We have mentioned this several different times, and you can see how systematically the local dimension is linked to the national dimension, to the regional, to the global, etc., and how we are working on this propositive multidimensional notion. Chapter 2, therefore, refers to three key aspects, three sessions. The first refers to the inescapable link between the sexual division of labor and gender inequality, and to refer to the extractivist processes, not just in terms of resources, but in terms of time and women's work. The second session refers to the sexual division of labor and its link with other structural challenges of inequality. And in the third aspect, we talk about territorial aspects and how this actually occurs at the territorial level and how each territory has different ways in which this is all expressed and manifested. On this slide, what you can see is information relative to sexual division of labor and unjust social organization of care in all the different countries. We compare paid and unpaid work, and we can see that with regard to unpaid work, women have a significant burden, unfair burden in all the countries, and this is something, well, we know that this also limits women's participation in the labor market. Women work more hours, but fewer paid hours. And that's the paradox, I guess you could say, of our current economic situation. So, systematically, and this is also structural contribution of ECLAC, we see that the relationship between the sexual division of labor, persistent poverty, patriarchal patterns of discrimination, and how power is concentrated are issues. So we will continue to talk about these aspects in this dimension, which is another dimension that the region and the UN have been working on constantly, that is addressing overall hours of work and not separating unpaid and paid work, but addressing it from a comprehensive perspective. Then we have the second structural knot, one could say, is socioeconomic inequality and persistent poverty in the context of exclusionary growth. We can see also that as a result of the pandemic, women were unproportionally put out of work. You can see that for years, women had been losing position in the labor market, but the pandemic exacerbated that. Now, despite the fact that women were able to secure parity with regard to education, here, this has not occurred in terms of the labor market. Women's participation in the labor market became stagnant practically in all of the countries in recent years at 50%, roughly, where we are today. And the recovery, the women's work is being recovered much slower than we expected it to be post-pandemic. The sexual division of work is related to the persistent poverty. Here we will also talk about how this is related to patriarchal, discriminatory, and violent cultural patterns in the region. And we specifically zoom in on two topics that we are concerned with and working on, and that is teenage pregnancy and child marriage. 10 to 15% of women were mothers prior to turning 18, and 1 out of every 5 women are married before age 18 or living together. And we've already said that we are working on this matter closely with UNICEF with UNDP, UN Women, and the other countries in order to make this reality more visible and to truly bring about full commitment to this in order to do away with child marriages and unions. This is one aspect of human rights, and this has a significant impact on girls, unfair impact. And this is another example of the profound gender inequalities. And again, we prepared this information last year, and this shows that the sexual division of labor begins with these young girls. Practically, the data you can see here with regard to the countries where we have conducted this analysis, women, children married or in union spend twice as much time on unpaid work than unmarried or ununion women who are not living together, girls who are not living together. So we are referring to this pandemic in the shadows, gender violence again, and we would like to call your attention to this reality and how adolescent pregnancy and child marriage is related to intergenerational poverty and clearly limits women's and girls' independence and their right to development. And of course, results in a significant loss of time and that women and young girls would otherwise spend on enjoying their right to education, their right to recreation, right to essentially being masters of their own time. Now, we have linked this slide to power relations, and here we have indicators that we have been monitoring in the region. When this refers to the number of positions held by women in local governments. We have SDG Gateway information from Costa Rica showing that it's not even 20%, very low ranking of women in these local government positions. Now, systematically, in all of the qualitative studies that have been conducted, and now within the framework of the OAS summit, we actually were able to present a document called the Inter-American Task Force for Women's Leadership with close to 20 organizations that participated in this process, and we call this the floor, the sticky floor, and women cannot make that leap in local government positions primarily because they need to be at home taking care of other aspects. So we have this sticky floor and the ceiling as well. We know that women, because they don't have time, are unable to work, but they're unable to be involved in politics as well, or in all areas of their lives and education. And this chapter closes by talking about the territories, what's going on at the territorial level. Again, we have two key experiences for you, but the idea is to make progress locally in terms of the local progress. We have the examples of the care blocks in the city of Bogota, which is a quite promising case study, and we hope to hear from Colombia talking about this experience. And then we have Argentina as well, Argentina's federal care map. We have seen what Argentina has done in this regard and has been coupled with leadership by the Ministry of Equality, Women, Gender, and Diversity. Very long name. Let me just cite the entire ministry. And they have worked on Argentina's federal care map.
Let's hope that this goes forward. The technical efforts are already being conducted. This is a public technology aiming at articulating supply and demand, getting them together. And the first analysis have shown that where the supply is, there's no demand. The demand is distributed often in territories with more resources. As a result, we can have a clear public policy guidance. On chapter 3, we talk about the current and future care organization, starting from the current model that is based on care that is provided by women without any kind of payment. We know that there are ways of explaining this better so that everybody may well understand. But women are sustaining these uh, systems, and that is quite unfair because it's on the shoulders of most women. It's very unfair. We also read here the current trends and what could occur in the future. There's something that we've been working on for quite some time now. I'm talking about the care for those who care, talking about the labor conditions, also getting in touch with ILO and UN Women. We are looking at health, education, and domestic workers together. That is a part of the care system sector. And there are three systems that are related to each other. When we talk about health, I like to talk about a continuum because many of the things that happen with children at their schools and in health finally comes to the schools and the rest of the public systems. And on chapter 3, we talk about demographic changes together with economic changes and well, and what is happening in the long term. This is a perspective kind of information. We want to look at the processes that will be needed in terms of the demand and intensity of demand. That is, how many hours will have to be devoted to the caregivers. And what about the supply? Is it ready for that future need? The first thing that I'd like to do is something we've talked about often. I'm talking about the role of states, that is the regulatory role. We'd like to start out talking about the labor market. What's happening with the labor market? Is it geared towards the care system? We can talk about parent, paternity, maternity, and other key issues related to the care system. And here we have another example, which is the legal amount of hours for paid work in the region. And this is what's happening in the region, really. We must also consider the informality. Latin America and the Caribbean is a region with very long working days by the law and in reality. For the sake of comparison, at OECD, the average working day is of, or working week is of 40 hours. In Latin America, the average is above 48. That's the legal number of hours. Aside from this, at our analysis, in the surveys, in 10 of 16 countries that were studied, for men between 30 up to 34 years of age, they work even more than 50 hours a week. That means that, well, care requires time. We know that. And we must look at the labor market so that, in turn, well, we know that is a lot of discrimination here, and we're looking at the countries. There are often neutral rules, but that just the same cause more inequality. I think that the labor market is the first of our proposals. Secondly, to care for the caregivers. Or we have a document following the Montevideo strategy. And by the way, I'd like to greet Monica Botero, the minister who's also with us online. This must be articulated with the four structural nodes of inequality that we have approved in the region. You can see that women are a majority, not only in unpaid household work, but we're also majority in the other three sectors, and even more now because we have updated data. We're talking about 73% in health, 70% in education, and 91% in paid domestic work. In these three sectors, we see the wage gaps with a much greater wage gap in health sector. And besides, as a result of what you have asked for, we're talking about gender analysis and also the intersectional work. Afro-descendant and indigenous women are the ones with less wage in the three sectors. In health, for example, the average weight of non-indigenous men nor Afro-descendant men is 3 times greater than the average wage that indigenous or Afro-descendant women receive. And we have also seen in the analysis that in the most precarious line of health and others, we have women. Women who have historically been part of the most vulnerable population. And then we have the power concentration, concentration of power. Here we can also go forward or make headway. And now we look at the demographic, epidemiological, and economic changes. This is a region where the first thing that we must look at is when we talk about labor inclusion, we're usually talking about the same age groups that require more care. In most countries in the region, there are combined needs of care. Children must be cared for together with the elderly. So when we look at the households in Latin America and the Caribbean, we're talking about intergenerational care, simultaneous care. What we suggest is that we group people in 3 categories. Advanced aging, with those with more than 7 years of age, 20%. Moderate aging, between 10 and 20, and mild aging, less than 10%. All of the countries do have an opportunity here as well as a challenge. And I'm talking about developing care systems or having new care laws that will respond to this combined demand of care. And here we have an exercise showing on this slide, we show the demographic and epidemiological transition. We also see here the changes that will come about in the economic development model. The general conclusion for the region is that what will grow, and by the way, the inflection curve is there when we meet the 2030 agenda. I'm talking about the care agenda for people older than 65 years of age. This is what's happening in the region. We are also witnessing epidemiological change because this care is more and more related to chronic degenerative disease. We are here using the Duran scale, and this, by the way, is an innovation that will lead to the meeting in Argentina. And we do hope that Maria Angeles Duran will attend that meeting. The idea here is to figure out what is happening with the care demand. And it's the black line, by the way. All of the countries have a certain demand for care. And this has to do with the gender bonus that was seen in the 90s. And right now, we're looking at the decrease in fertility with the change in the population structure. Now, the generation of the 90s that we became a part of the labor market, that doesn't mean that we didn't have a double load, two or three jobs that had to be done because of the additional care needed for children. But let's look at the curve. The demand for care increases as well as the intensity. The crisis already existed in the past. It was not solved. And besides, the demand changes. When we do the mapping of the systems that we work with this situation, a deep change that is a quick change as well. Just as the change in fecundity in Latin America was fast, this change is also coming with tremendous speed. This is urgent. We're talking about structural policy change, but the structural change is so needed. And that is an appeal in Argentina. We ask that this be seen as an urgent matter. We require strong, fast commitment. Chapter 4, and this is the last descriptive chapter. Here we talk about the macroeconomic and global challenges for the care society. And during a crisis, we have external shock, high inflation, and the processes of autonomy. We want to talk about international trade. We'll have and this conference will be held after the session period of ECLAC. And this will all be part of that conversation. This region has a productive pattern whereby the exports bring in gender segregation with a strong inequality, gender inequality. And the women are not part of the international trade patterns. We're talking about the inclusion of women in international trade and in the production structure. Here we have a lot to do. And we also talk about the main concern that you have expressed, that is the funding. Where will the funds come from? What about the investment? And here we are looking at the public policy and the bridging between trade, production structure, economy, and autonomy and redistribution. Now, we are still not in a scenario of the diversification of production and trade. Here, 1 out of every 10 women is employed in export-related jobs. And 2 of 10 women are employed in export-related jobs in Central America, Mexico, and Dominican Republic. Now, let us look at, in the countries analyzed, we saw that only 7% of women employed are in high-skilled jobs. And they work more in the export sector. So we have, on the one hand, the challenge of having productive activities with a greater presence of women in exports and regional integration. We also have to increase the jobs of women in technology jobs, in high skilled jobs. This is also going to be subject of the debate on the legal status of women event, and that will also look at technology, innovation, and development. Here we see the challenge of promoting fiscal policy as an instrument to foster recovery with equality and sustainability. In the year 2020, the region had public spending that were placed at historic level. This was done to mitigate and to help out the harsh situation that people have, especially women in the poorer strata. And let me say that the money transfers were key. And here you can see on the left how these subsidies are being decreased or in last year they were certainly they certainly shrank. At ECLAC, we have called on universal social protection systems, not just based on contributions, but also that be universal in nature, and that will certainly be very positive. We're also saying that if the emergency cash transfers don't continue, why poverty will still go deeper amongst women during especially days of crises because of the pandemic and because of inflation. And on the right, we see that in the lowest quintile, uh, most mostly we're talking about women. That means that this policy could help out in terms of poverty and equality. And these are the anchors that require urgent action in the region. Chapter 5. Here we go into the proposals. At the SDG Forum in Costa Rica, and here Luis Yañez, as Secretary of the Commission, was there, encouraging all a change of era. But a change of era requires a strong statement. We cannot wait for 2 or 3 decades any longer. We are here to celebrate the 45th anniversary, yes, but we're talking about a state towards care society. We have talked about accelerating the pace towards economic, environmental, and gender justice, moving towards the sustainability of life in the planet, guaranteeing the rights of persons in need of care, and also the caregivers. And we are also in need to talk about self-care and intercare. And this will counteract precarious jobs. And this will also show the multiplier effect of the care economy. And besides, the care system is one of the 8 sectors that will give a push to the economic development of our countries. And this has to do with many other sectors, the green jobs, digital economy, etc.
And when we talk about redistribution and the political dimension, we're not just talking about time, we're talking about other resources, services as well. And hopefully with this intergenerational dimension or approach, because without a doubt, there are intergenerational, intersectoral inequalities. And although a lot of our work refers to this concept of co-responsibility between the families, the state, other areas, it's clear that the state plays a decisive role as a guarantor of the care society and the construction processes. We also talk about the new fiscal covenant and how there needs to be progress with regard to income and to boost tax revenue for this purpose. Also, it's important for some countries to reassess the benefits of the tax benefits as far as expense is concerned. There's talk about uh, employment protection as a key social service, and all these must be included within the country's social services and investment. How can we invest in key sectors for the sustainability of life? We are conducting meta-analyses. We have also, thanks to leadership by Mexico and UN Women, we have conducted costing exercises where we can clearly see the positive impact of investing in this type of service and infrastructure. We also talk about this concept of affirmative action. We've talked about this. This is part of our agreements. We need affirmative actions, not just with regard to employment and the care economy, but throughout the economy as a whole, and in order to close the digital divide. And also, we would like to refer to this proposal of the universal basic digital food baskets. That's essential. 4 out of 10 women in the region or cannot pay for internet, or they're not online, and so they're missing out on opportunities. And then we have this concept of the fiscal covenant. So that is a bit about the evolution. That is where we have started. This is where we have arrived. There are major significant debates underway that have been underway since we started in La Habana. We moved on to the regional program of action. Then we addressed measuring unpaid work, co-responsibility between men and women, recognizing the economic value of unpaid work. We've seen this in the Brasilia consensus as well, right to care, and the Santo Domingo consensus referred to distribution of care, Montevideo strategy, overcoming the sexual division of labor, counter-cyclical policies, and Santiago commitment. And now we would like to add yet another ambitious, more comprehensive proposition, which is about different themes, but public policies, and linking the regional gender agenda with the statistics and the development agenda, with the Escazú agreement, with the environmental agreements, and others. So that essentially is the challenge lying before us, and this is our contribution. This is a significant comparative advantage as well of ECLAC. U.S. member states have granted to us, have allowed us to be this repository of statistics and to issue reports and collate the various reports that you issued. And as thus, we have come up with this analysis and this evidence-based, hope-based effort and an urgency-based effort, collaborative effort. And so this is our contribution. And we have worked very hard within the division, the Gender Affairs Division. We have worked closely with many of the colleagues here present today, specialists, experts. We've had many conversations, reflections. We have met several times, and we are very willing to receive new comments, visions, approaches, so that we may continue to reinforce this document. Thank you. I would like to thank the director for this clear presentation with regard to the position paper of the Care Society. And thank you for that. Well, this has clearly placed care at the heart of the discussion. Now we have some time for delegation interventions. those who are present here physically, as well as those we have received through the platform. Please raise your hand virtually or physically, and we will grant the floor to those who request the floor. Argentina. Allow me to break the ice. Dear colleagues, ministers, authorities, representatives from ECLAC, UN Women, international organizations, colleagues alike. First of all, for those of you who are physically present, and for those of you who are virtually, thank you for joining us. I would like to commend Anna and her team at ECLAC and others for pulling together this document, this position paper. And thank you for the presentation as well. We understand the importance of having such a robust position paper that refers to gender inequalities and key components of the development model. Now, we would like to refer to some minor issues as a contribution, I guess one could say. On the one hand, we are convinced, and this is in keeping with Argentina's policy spearheaded by the Ministry of Gender, Equality, and Diversity that refers to the right to care, which is a human right. And this is something that's present in several different international documents that have been pointed out. We are convinced that we need to make progress, specifically in terms of making international standards regarding the care economy more robust. Argentina's been working on that. As you know, we are a state party to many documents, and we believe that the conference will allow us to work toward making this something very realistic in the near future. And then we have the conceptual framework that is presented as well. It's important for us that this become more robust in terms of the intersectoral approach. It's not that it's not included in the document, but we believe it would be favorable to underscore to all that care really changes in keeping with race, socioeconomic levels, rural versus urban settings. It's all different. We know that when we address intersectoral aspects, with regard to the impact framework, the framework of impact of care, and how this is being developed with regard to rights, we know it's very explicit in the document, but we also believe it would be positive to further emphasize the link related to gender violence and the social component of the care society. We know that there's a direct tie between inequality and gender-based violence, and we understand this. We also, as a result, think this could be further emphasized. And then also, the current regional context makes it possible for us to mention, specifically under the chapter on macroeconomic aspects, I think that's chapter 4, to refer to the challenges related to public indebtedness processes and address these from a feminist perspective. We have also been working on this, and we have participated at some meetings and events where we've talked about this. We think that the conference provides us with an opportunity to make progress with regard to some of the commitments related to the indebtedness and approaches from a feminist perspective, particularly bearing in mind the impact of the pandemic and macroeconomically. This is all very well detailed. We believe that we could adopt a sustainability approach to indebtedness that goes beyond traditional fiscal approaches. We think this is an opportunity. Also, because we know that applying macroeconomic and policies and structural adjustments do have a direct impact on the quality of life of women. At the end of the presentation, we also saw what happens when we ask ourselves how are we going to fund the care systems. We know that debt has a significant impact on women and LGBT individuals, and we need to figure out the best policy to move forward with care economies and think about a care society, revisit the care society. The countries in our region do not have significant fiscal resilience to roll out emergency measures, as the document states. And clearly, there's an impact of these transfers. We know that most of them are earmarked for women. And we also know that the countries throughout a region have taken on debt to address the pandemic. There are consequences here, and all of this is further exacerbated by pre-existing debt. As a result, we need to think that the indebtedness, sovereign debt dynamics are also related to significant impacts on women. This is related to structural and economic reforms as well. We think this is a good opportunity as such to address this. And it's such a robust document that pays specific focus on macroeconomic aspects. So it would be a good opportunity to include some of these aspects. Once again, I would like to commend the entire team for their efforts and for the presentation. Thank you. We would like to thank the Minister from Argentina for her remarks. Allow me to now give the floor to the Dominican Republic. Thank you. Good morning. I would also like to echo the greetings and the kudos for Anna's presentation. Now, from the Dominican Republic, within the Dominican Republic, we have for more than 1 year now been working on a process that links different institutions and sectors. This has been led by the Ministry of Women and the Ministry of Planning, Economy, and Development. Now, the goal is to bring about an intersectoral opportunity for care. We have recently found the Intersectoral Care Panel, and there's 10 institutions sit on this panel, and these are the main bodies that provide services, care services. And what we aim to do here with this is to come up with an opportunity for coordination, so that the coordination can be more institutional in nature, and so that these institutions can provide these services related to the care society, the national and territorial level. Why? Well, we think this approach is key because this will allow us to bring public policy down to the territorial level and to decentralize public policy. Now, in that regard, and while listening to the presentation and looking at the presentation, I think it's important to specify certain aspects regarding digitization of care and how what you mentioned, Ana Gesmes, could be further leveraged by technology. Technology would be helpful to map out the needs of the care society and also to digitalize access to services and have geo-referential information at the territorial level regarding needs. I also think it's important to think about how to best link efforts in country and between countries. Technical assistance, for example, is key. in order to make the contributions of the national care systems more concrete. Also, it's important to highlight with regard to this approach to redistribute and have co-responsibility with regard to the care society and the state's role. It's important to bring about partnerships with the private sector. We know that the private sector does have significant responsibility with regard to employability and its ability to have strategies to bring about public and private partnerships that are both robust and effective regarding the care system. Now, another aspect in this regard that we think is essential in order to guarantee the right to care is regulations, are regulations. To have legislative frameworks that actually were to guarantee the right to be cared for and to care for. This is a right we all individuals enjoy, because that's the only way to go from temporary political will to something long-standing and institutionalized in the end, so that we can institutionalize the care policies. Allow me to also point out training and the professionalization of the care society. We know often care is provided by women, primarily by women, as a result of economic needs, and we know that the contexts are often quite precarious. And this is marked by having a marginal situation. And formalizing the care society would provide key socioeconomic contributions that are required. Now, alongside all of this, allow me to mention the work that we also must carry out with regard to cultural changes. We know that historically, this burden, these tasks have been carried out by women, and we would like to have this necessary redistribution. And this involves cultural change and doing away with stereotypes related to domestic and care work, so that this redistribution will not be sexist and not just based on women and girls and adolescents as the only caregivers. We want to make sure that this type of work has economic and social value, and that is further professionalized. In the case of the Dominican Republic, as I mentioned, we've already launched a community of care community pilot program, and the goal is to work towards making care a universal right. So again, I would just like to congratulate you for everything you've done and thank you for your contribution. I believe that this document is a great starting point for us to reinforce the various frameworks in our countries.
Agradecemos la intervención de República.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. We now give the floor to Ecuador through virtual means. Good morning. Can you hear me? I greet the authorities, ministers, and I also wish to greet all of the persons who are here with us. I greet you on behalf of Dr. Jaramillo, Secretary of Human Rights in Ecuador. She has entrusted me to represent the country in this very important meeting. I am Isabel Chuño from Human Rights Ecuador. I wish to thank ECLAC for the invitation to be here. I would like to bring a message full of commitment so that we may continue working on this goal toward efforts in order to diminish the gender gap, as well as to help out the processes to empower women. As we all know, in the Latin American culture and throughout our history, women have had the care role, and they're usually left to do so in private places and usually without any paid. This is added to lack of essential systems to help her out, and the environmental crisis have also added to the pressure placed on women as caregivers. This brings in the emergency, the urgent need for new public policy to consider women as such, so that they may better participate in all spheres through action that will cater for violence against women in all spaces. Public policy must be devoted to this. Public policy that will have a permanent regulation, because this cannot depend on the political will of the government in place. We must identify the causes behind this. We must go through towards more equal gender. We know that in Ecuador and in Latin America, we find a lot of gender equality, but the Ecuadorian state has accepted the challenge to get rid of all inequality and gender violence. In 2018, a law was enacted to prevent violence against women. There, we have the National System for the Prevention of Gender Violence, and this involves 22 state institutions that collaborate in order to offer comprehensive, specialized assistance to victims of gender violence. This aims at decreasing and preventing violence against women, but the final goal is even deeper. We are now witnessing two projects that are being studied by the human rights system in order to help and prevent violence against women. In public and private spheres, we have the Centro Violeta system that aims at providing a system to girls and women victims of violence, gender violence, with a constant follow-up to avoid re-victimization. And we also get in touch with different systems for the protection, for the maintenance of the protection systems. The interinstitutional articulation is needed for the assistance of these victims. We must give also assistance to each institution. This also caters for the shelter for women who have been victims of violence in the country. All of the Violeta centers have to do with victims of gender violence. We know that there are public institutions in our region that often don't have a human rights focus. That is why we have created channels to avoid the victims to fall to gender violence once more. We are trying to protect women and granting them more capabilities through new jobs for women in lower income levels. We also have incentives for indigenous women and for LGBTI population. We want to raise awareness. We want to prevent violence in any fashion against girls and women with all their diversities. We are also trying to grant the rights to women, and this is being done by egalitarian institutions, having in mind all women and girls that have historically been marginalized. We want to wish to provide legal instruments that have to do with gender equality to protect girls, women, adolescents with all their diversities. This means practical solutions. It is also a commitment that the government has taken up, knowing that the rights must be provided to all in a comprehensive fashion. Thank you for your attention.
Agradecemos la intervención de Ecuador.
We thank you, Ecuador,
Tiene la palabra
and we now give the floor to
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica. Good morning. I bring greetings from Costa Rica. I also wish to greet all of those present here, as well as those who are following us with through virtual means. We do hope that we will all meet in November. I thank Hannah for the presentation of the document, as well as the chair for the progress of this document. It will certainly be extremely important for the region. We're going to read it in detail and we will provide comments in the next few days. We also wish to congratulate the 45th anniversary of the institution, and this certainly has allowed us to talk about the importance of care systems and that how it should be a part of public agenda. Costa Rica involves a joint responsibility of the care system, which is a minimum condition that the state should ensure if we wish to have a fair, inclusive participation of women in public life, ensuring their own personal development. The feminization of unpaid care system has been one of the most important bottlenecks preventing women to have a more productive life, as well as being evidence of the inequality between men and women. And we wish to see the care system as a joint responsibility of all society. We know that care is system, but I think this involves a cultural change. Costa Rica has been pushing on a law called Red Cui Cui. It includes care and comprehensive development. The idea is to get this care to also involve the comprehensive development of children, and this will allow many to leave behind their fright. And we do know that the pandemic has affected our countries, and it has given a great burden on the caregiving system. The women have less access to jobs and to education, and this situation brings in tremendous challenges that must be overcome in order to ensure full access women to jobs. We also believe that we must include care in all of our agendas that have any kind of relation with the economic recovery. This is very important in post-pandemic times, and this is something that Costa Rica is tackling. We want that this be part of the debate for the budgets in our countries, involving all institutions. Investing in economic autonomy for women will contribute to equality between men and women, to inclusive economic growth. We believe that we must mobilize public and private funds toward that end so that women may also become agents of change, always recognizing their role as managers of care because of their nature, as well as the biodiversity in the uh, attention that is due to climate change. We do believe that we must build universal progressive care systems that will expand the coverage with new alternatives of state care. This requires new models to help out people that have less means. And this should also include other families. This model would allow for the integration, giving access to children, to people with some kind of disabilities, as well as the elderly who may need for care, or people with certain diseases. This new perspective should be a part of public agenda and should also be part of the state agenda as a public right. This does just have doesn't just involve universal right of access, but also it also recognizes care jobs that should be paid. Thus, we should revalue and redistribute the care topic. We must also reinforce and include new education models so as to create a cultural change to show the importance of care, shared responsibilities, and negotiations in order to redistribute care tasks amongst families. Families, they're so important. We must recognize the unpaid care work in order to have uh, to offset measures involving Social Security and others. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Costa Rica. Cuba, you have the floor.
Bien, muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Hacemos la invitación a
We are very thankful for the invitation to participate here in this meeting. This is a great opportunity for us. We also wish to congratulate you for the quality of the report. We appreciate this document. It is quite illustrative of what is being done in our countries in the region. In everything related to this topic, Cuba is a society whereby there's more than 20% of demographic aging, and by 25, that will be responsible for 25 of the whole population. And by 2050, the share of the world population will double. I'm talking about population older than 60. So the unequal distribution of care because of the patriarchal society is one of the aspects that have been most questioned. And we are betting on joint responsibility. Indeed, the care topic in our country is an urgent challenge. And here, differentiated impact for the female population is made more evident. Helping out those who care is a social responsibility to assist the caregiver. And this is very important in terms of the family codes that is now bringing in consultation in my country. By September or October, this will lead to a popular referendum to be approved by the majority of our people. Care. This is priority in our family codes, especially having in mind the caregivers and those who are receiving care. The role of institutions are extremely important. There's a whole chapter devoted to the family caregivers. And in this family code, the idea is to include principles that have to do with respect to dignity and autonomy of caregivers, as well as those who are receiving care. I'd like to say that this project for a new family code that will replace the current one that is already 47-year-old. It was approved many years back. It was quite innovative during those days, but right now it is not representing the modern situation. And this new code involves responsibility, something that is being analyzed because of the importance of care for society. I wanted to talk about this because it is extremely important for our society, approving a family code that, first of all, recognizes a family diversity that exists, and it also gives priority to the care of life. Having in mind that Cuba is a country with tremendous population aging. We're talking about 20% of the population that is older than 60. We believe that by 25, we will be responsible for 25% of the whole population. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Cuba. Nicaragua, you have the floor. Good morning, Madam Chair. I would like to make a few comments on the document that has just been submitted by ECLAC. We thank you for this information and the position paper having to do with the Regional Conference of Women. Now, it's interesting to look at the impact in the region, but we do believe that we must include in the analysis the violation of human rights that also affect the lives of women and girls. The pandemic has shown the fragility of our national systems. We all want peace, food security, a life devoid of violence. Nicaragua has involved justice, equity, equality, aiming for a world in peace. That is why we believe that it's very important to go back to the agreement from the 61st meeting that was held in September last year. There we refer to these unilateral measures that is in the number 4 of that agreement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nicaragua. Salvador has the floor. Greetings. I'm the president of the El Salvadoran Development for Organization for Women's Development. Greetings to the presiding officers, ministers, and others. And of course, greetings and recognition to the work of the regional events, regional organizations, and civil society organizations participating. Thus far, we have been working on forging the path so that the care society can be seen as a right and to better foster national work carried out by the government as the social cabinet. This is collaborative work. This cabinet involves ministries of health, housing, culture, tourism, and others, and also participates with other state bodies that are part of the executive branch, legislative branch, and local governments. Our goal is to strengthen the institutional arrangements for the mid, short, and long term, pulling together efforts to ensure the continuity of programs above and beyond specific administrations, and to ensure that there is alignment with international commitments. In El Salvador, we know that the government has taken on the responsibility to solve inequalities comprehensively. Social investment is therefore a priority. And this is something that's led by the First Lady's office. From the beginning of her mandate, she has been fostering the national 2020-2030 national policy to that has resulted in the Growing Together law that has been recently adopted. With these efforts, we see that we are taking intent and turning into action for boys, girls, and early development. And this also has an impact on the role of female caregivers and co-responsibility aspects. We appreciate this opportunity to have dialogue, to provide perspective to studies, good practices with regard to these topics, and they would like to request technical support and cooperation to better share the experiences that allow us to consolidate our actions and take advantage of the national context to reinforce or re-channel all of our efforts. Thank you. With you. We would like to thank El Salvador for her remarks. Uruguay has the floor.
Me informan que Mónica Botero, la ministra de Uruguay, bajó la mano.
I was just informed that the Minister of Uruguay has withdrawn her request for the floor. So the countries have the floor. Let me give the floor to Antigua and Barbuda.
Hello, good day, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not having my video on as I'm experiencing some challenges with my device, so please bear with me. The Minister with responsibility for gender affairs in Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Dean Jonas, had to leave today's session early, unfortunately, to attend another engagement, but has asked me to make some remarks on his behalf. The world is currently in a period of economic uncertainty and instability. Our countries are grappling with the implications of COVID-19, climate change, and natural disasters, as well as the war in Ukraine, which has led to significant levels of inflation in relation to the price of food and fuel globally. Small island developing states are particularly tested and adversely affected by these exogenous shocks to our economies. This reality means that we must be innovative and strategic in how we envision sustainable recovery that is inclusive. Care work is an area that has been historically undervalued and underappreciated. This is notwithstanding the fact that this form of work serves silently as one of the foundational and core elements of our society in terms of ensuring that individuals' well-being, both physically and mentally, is at an optimal level that would enable them to function in the most productive manner. Women and girls continue to be overrepresented in the area of care work, both paid and unpaid. They are expected to take care of dependents such as children and the elderly, engage in domestic work both in the household as well as community environment with little to no remuneration. We must begin to distribute care work in a more equitable manner and begin to transform stereotypical and oppressive ways of thinking in relation to care work. Otherwise, it will perpetuate the continued undervaluing of the contributions and efforts that many women are making to their families, communities, and professional environments through care work. It will be incumbent on policymakers, civil society, and gender equality practitioners to raise awareness on this issue, and in particular, on how the absence of care work, both paid and unpaid, would have severe ramifications on the efficiency and productivity levels of the workforce, as well as on the overall GDP of our respective countries. There needs to be a reinvestment into the public care system and infrastructure, supported by a revamped legal framework that will mandate higher pay and better working conditions for care workers. It's my hope that our discussions here during this meeting, as well as during the upcoming 15th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, will act as a precursor to a reinvigorated regional and global effort to increase discourse on this issue and to have a society geared towards recovery that is more inclusive. Thank you.
Agradecemos a
We would like to thank Antigua and Barbuda for their remarks. Allow me to now give the floor to Montserrat.
Good morning, everyone. The protocol has already been established. So I just want to thank Anna and her team for the position paper. We note of the inequality among the gender. We know of the inequality in pay, and we also know about the different forms of abuse. On Montserrat, we are just now establishing a gender affairs desk, and that has been the brainchild of the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, Mrs. Veronica Dorset Hector. I have listened intently to the position paper, which was very, very well done, and of the impact and the different aspects that has been brought out. One of the things, though, I have not heard is about ageism. For it appears as if when we speak of equality among women, it seems like we are only saying that for young women. I may be wrong. So I'm thinking we have to be careful lest we are seen as ageist. Because even as older women, we do more than just care for other persons. We are technocrats, we are educators, we do so many other things. So on Montserrat, for example, we have a lot of our older women still working. Some persons have retired and are called back into service because there is seemingly nobody else who is able to do the work. And that says a lot for a woman, whether she's middle age or heading over 50 or in her 60s. Because just because we are biologically or chronologically aging, our minds still work. We do more than care for babies and grandchildren. So the idea of ageism is of concern because most times you hear statements like, what is she still doing here? Give the space to a younger woman, give the space to a younger person. So I just wanted to point that out. Even as we try to develop our gender affairs desk, we want to learn all that we can, get all the information that we can to make sure we do it right the very first time, and that we hit the floor running, making sure that nothing is overstated or understated, and that when we say gender equality, we mean gender equality in every form of the word. Thank you for Montserrat.
We would like to thank Montserrat for the remarks, and we have now concluded the country statements by delegations. So I would like to request the executive or the secretariat to replace me so that I may speak on behalf of Chile. I would just like to mention, with regard to the report, we think it's also very important, as mentioned by the minister, to redress the fiscal covenant. The President Borges program aims at placing sustainability of life, people's care, and communities at the core of the administration's program. As mentioned during the first official statement to the country, we are working on the national care system, which will be based on the following pillars. Then it will be gradual development, the participatory communication of the system in terms of governance, universality, local ownership, and managing efficient and interoperable data, focusing on young people, boys, girls, people with disabilities, adolescents, people who are dependent, and caregivers, trying to not take any steps back with regard to the current standard that we have in terms of people who are dependent. With this, we, in keeping with the new juridical principles in terms of what the 21st century society should be, we believe it's necessary for societies to value care. Unfortunately, the speaker is speaking very fast and the interpreters are not privy to her written speech. In any event, the government has defined an operational conceptual framework, and we hope that we can actually dialogue with the rest of the process of change underway in our country, specifically the tax and pension social security system. It's necessary to agree to this broad concept of care that allows to link up all the various policies involved. And then finally, we have observed certain limitations, and these, as in all countries, are budget related and temporary, bearing in mind the scope of the economy of care and placing care at the heart. We know that this calls for state commitments, and this is something that goes beyond the current administration, commitments beyond the current administration. And then today, we need to expand the concept of caregivers beyond what it is today, and thereby involve others in counting and registering, recording their time devoted to care, and of course, progressively increase public infrastructure related to care. Thank you.
Okay, I won't be appreciative of my own presentation. I will now give the floor to Tad, UNDP. Good afternoon. The Population Fund from UN has heard with great interest all of the details on the preparation of the next meeting. We congratulate the work that has been conducted by the chair, the previous chair, and the incoming chair. And we also thank the gender division from ECLAC. We repeat our support to all subsidiary organs from ECLAC, especially the Regional Conference on Women. We do believe that the Montevideo strategy, trying to create synergies to go forward in the implementation of Montevideo, as the main agreement of another subsidiary organ population that will meet shortly. The fact that the two conferences they have the same progressive view in terms of gender equality, autonomy, rights of women and girls to a life free of violence and harmful practices with sexual and reproductive rights will meet this very year. And that's a great opportunity in order to restate this agenda with a cross-cutting perspective so that no woman will stay behind. We are looking forward to a sustainable recovery. That is the topic of the meeting in Buenos Aires. And this is extremely important to go forward in that agenda. Madam Chair, we immediately say that you can count on UNDP's participation and contribution on that occasion. Thank you. We thank you, NDP. ACNUR, you have the floor.
Mm. Sí. Mientras se soluciona la cuestión del audio de ACNUR.
In the meantime, UNICEF, you have the floor. Thank you. We wish to greet the Minister Oriana, as well as all of the authorities present, as well as feminist organizations and the colleagues from UN. I bring greetings from UNICEF's director, who has been unable to participate in this special meeting of the presiding officers. I'd like to especially thank Anna Westmith and the staff from the Gender Division in ECLAC for this tremendous work that has been circulated this morning. Let me celebrate the perspective, the focus of the document, especially the intergenerational idea that we know is key, is crucial in order to try to diminish the inequality gaps that start from the early childhood. We'd like to add a few comments on this position paper. It's very important to continue making headway, trying to break through the gender habits and the gender roles as of childhood. This will help create other relationships between boys and girls and would also contribute to eliminate the sexual division of labor. The pandemic has shown that adolescents and girls are also caregivers. Girls that are exposed to early marriage go against their own rights, and this also ends up their own impossibility to study. It increases the risk of exclusion, of violence, and unequal opportunities for the future. As Anna well said, we have been working with the Gender Division, with UNDP and UN Women in the bridges between these inequalities, childhood marriage, adolescent pregnancy, and labor inequality. We must speed up action in order to reduce the tremendously high rates of early marriage in the region. After sub-Saharan Africa, we are the second region with the highest rates of early marriages. That means that in this region, 1 of every 5 girls is married or is a partner before reaching 18 years of age. In consultations that we have conducted together with other key partners, the girls have said that they are fearful on how the pandemic will continue affecting their own lives, on how this data can get even worse in terms of early marriage, and also the increase of violence and poverty that affects their households and countries. Few adolescents feel that their own desires and needs are heard. in facing this pandemic. But the girls are well prepared to lead, and they are also willing to lead this new feminist era, a new era towards gender equality. We believe that the next regional conference is indeed a unique opportunity to include them, to ensure their active participation, and also to hear the proposals that girls and adolescents have on uh, the consequences of the inequality that exists on the sexual distribution of labor. We thank UNICEF's support, and we also congratulate the team for this excellent document. Thank you. Thank you, UNICEF. And now we do give the floor to ACNUR. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? Indeed. Thank you. I apologize for the technical glitch. Let me first of all greet the authorities present, the panelists, ECLAC, UN Women, for the possibility to be here speaking on behalf of ACNUR at this special meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in preparation for the meeting in November. Let me express our concern for the situation of women in America. This is extremely important for all of us, especially for ACNUR, because inequality, gender violence, and discrimination have reached alarming levels and continue to make young girls, adolescents, and women to flee their countries looking for protection elsewhere. We also thank the recognition of the topic on the empowerment of girls, because we know that the refugee and migrants are very much affected by the situation. We also include the displaced girls within their own territory. Let me mention the forced displacement that is taking place in this continent and elsewhere. ACNUR, in its latest report, says that there's a large number of women who are displaced, and this has doubled in the last decade, with 88.3 million persons who are displaced. This is much more than last year, and it's double what occurred a decade ago. And as we know, there are other crises that we're facing besides the pandemic. Unfortunately, the American continent is no exception to what's happening in the world. We have just celebrated the World Day of Refugees, and this is something completely new for the region, but it involves a high cost for girls and women who are responsible for half of the 80 some million people who have been displaced in America. And of these, more than 5 million have left their own countries. And as you well said, the effects of the pandemic have been tremendous, with an additional economic crisis. A report last year has said that more than 22 million people in Latin America fell into poverty in 2020. We have also seen an increase in mixed combined movement in the region. This involves different types of people, refugees that are demanding asylum, as well as the girls who are fleeing from human trafficking. Unfortunately, though, they go into the same routes, facing irregularity and creating tremendous humanitarian crisis. As we know, this affects all of those who have fled because of persecution, violence, climate change, violation of human rights. They have left their homes, and we have also seen more discrimination, gender discrimination, as well as xenophobia. Gender violence in the Americas is a very concerning for ACNUR, especially when we talk about the displaced women and girls. This has increased, as well as gender violence. This has affected indigenous Afro-descendant peoples, older women, women with disabilities, as well as refugees and migrants. Gender discrimination is still also affecting access to nationality and to documentation. And the women are at much greater risk right now. Indigenous women have been suffering from this. Many have been displaced in Colombia, Brazil, and other countries. There are linguistic barriers that limit their access to activities in their new countries. That is why we repeat ACNUR's commitment towards the communities and governments in order to mitigate gender inequality, as well as to search for solutions against discrimination in order to protect those who are being displaced. We are also working together with you, with ECLAC, UN Women, UNICEF, and other UN agencies and civil societies in order to reinforce the empowerment and participation of women in decision making, ensuring access of women and girls to asylum, whether they be temporary or not, and other legal protection systems, access to documentation, protection, assistance, and also so that they may have equal access to all activities and opportunities in the new place with a significant participation in their new destination. We also require policies for risk mitigation, and we need to get response from states in order to contribute so that their women and girls may have a safer environment during their displacement. We express the concern of the current conflicts that are making this even worse, as well as poverty and other inequalities. Let me recall the words of UN's General Secretary, who recently said in a debate at the Security Council that women and equalities has to do with power, and that political issues and that the current conflicts are the few examples on how power imbalances are still affecting the whole population. We express our concern, and we also greet the efforts conducted by all of you and your states in order to fight gender inequality and to protect the women and girls that have been displaced. We do believe that we must continue providing funds, investment, risk mitigation, and protection through effective, innovative, immediate measures to protect girls and women who are moving throughout the region. We must get the protection mechanisms in the countries to have the necessary resources to provide specialized services during the whole cycle. We want to work together with you in order to face these causes that make women leave their countries. We are working together with other organizations that have to do with women. Let us recall the resiliency, power, determination, and leadership that ACNUD has found amongst the girls and women who have suffered so much, but who are still facing these tremendous obstacles that deserve our attention and care. No country would be able to respond to these crises on their own. And this has been occurring in unseen levels. So this cannot be faced in isolation. Regional cooperation is required to go forward in the implementation, for example, of the World Pact on Refugees. We need the participation. We need partnerships of human rights associations, the public and private organizations as well as NGOs in order to empower women and to meet the 2030 agenda SDGs without leaving no one behind, and urging for resiliency of persons to take place. That is why the existing cooperation institutions of the region are fundamental. You've talked about Quito. We also endorse ECLAC's plan for Central America and Mexico, as well as the MIRS response, which is the World Pact on Refugees as implemented in the Americas. We are also working with international organizations such as OAS, SICA, and the national development plans and protection systems, which are crucial. Another area that should be considered for the regional conference would be equality in access, as well as prevention of violence against women in the region. We also call on the role of human rights associations. This is so important to ensure the protection of women's rights. The national protection services are also important to help and to alleviate the risks involved, the victims of violence. We here reaffirm ACNUD's commitment to help you out in the preparation for the regional conference and to include forced displacement as part of the agenda of that meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Agradecemos a ACNUR por su intervención.
Thank you for your remarks. The UN Development Program has now been recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to send warm greetings to all of the ministers present, to the UN agencies as well. Warm greetings, special warm greetings to ECLAC and UN Women for all of the organizational efforts related to this regional conference on women that will be held in Argentina. Specifically, I would like to commend you once again for the excellent position document that you have submitted. As mentioned several times, the care society is even more urgent than it was in the past, and the issue that has been addressed for many years is increasingly more visible today and made known by many different sectors thanks to the crisis, as a result of the crisis resulting from the pandemic. Again, so thank you. This is not just a crisis triggered by the pandemic, but it's a multidimensional crisis addressing the climate crisis as well. And in our region, also the mobility crisis, migration crisis, economic crisis resulting therein. In this regard, UNDP on June 8th just launched its new global strategy for gender equality 2021-2025, and it continues to be a priority for all of our policies and programs and country assistance. That is equality and development as a key link for sustainable development. As you all know, UNDP will continue to support all aspects related to the regional conference, both regionally, as we have done with our colleagues from ECLAC, UN Women, ILO, UNICEF, but also at the country level. We have been providing support at the country level. We have aimed to foster active participation, not just by the governments, but also by civil society, community, and grassroots organizations as well. Having said that, we have three aspects I would like to refer to with regard to the document per se. As mentioned by one of the ministers, we believe that we could delve deeper into intersectoral aspects and specifically have a concise analysis in terms of what community care means in the urban and rural environments, the differences in terms of the popular economies and how these societies are organized to provide to complement gaps in infrastructure. We are conducting a regional study in this regard with several different organizations to address case studies and practical experiences, and we hope to have that completed as of November of this year. And we are also working on this jointly with ECLAC and UN Women. The second issue I wanted to refer to was how we think that the study could be reinforced by working on specific aspects related to the need to understand the situation of migratory women and to think about how labor rights begin with a national identity. Many of these working women work at home, they work for unpaid work, they're not receiving any social protection services because they are migrants, immigrants, they do not have official labor status, and as a result, they are affected. This is something that's been closely studied by ECLAC, and we think we could come up with a document, very specific examples of what the countries are doing today to address this. Also, how can we rethink social protection systems that are the result of the contributions by many countries? There's a third aspect I wanted to underscore, and that is innovation and creativity with regard to public policy response. We have always viewed care policies as something related to social policies. But in Argentina, we have been working with the infrastructure and an investment in infrastructure sector as well. And another sector that has a key impact on the care society, and that is the transportation sector, and how in national and regional transportation plays a key role. This sector can actually contribute significantly to reducing the number of hours spent in this society by way of boosting transportation alternatives. So having said that, we would also like to mention that we will be sending our comments formally in writing, as we have always done in the past. So again, thank you so much. Greetings from also UNDP. Again, we are here to help you out any way possible prior to the regional conference. Thank you. Thank you to the UNDP for these remarks. Now, the International Federation of Household or Domestic Workers has requested the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Adriana Paz. I am the coordinator for Latin America of this organization. It's a foundation representing domestic workers, or 25 regional organizations, members of this international federation. I am very pleased to see this position document prepared by Anna and our technical team. They paid a great deal of attention on the details, and I have just wanted to mention the following with regard to this document. First of all, we appreciate how the importance of the care work has been made more visible. It's crucial to make it visible so that the governments can earmark a budget. Without a budget, not much can be done. Also, it's important to mention that we need to have more visibility with regard to a national care plan that's not just intersectoral but comprehensive, and that actually meets the needs of those requiring care, so that these needs are made visible, so that just as visible as those caregiving. All household or domestic workers have always been involved in the care society, and I'm very pleased to hear that many countries are working on the national care programs. However, they do not always involve the domestic worker unions as key inputs for this system. We do not know when this disconnect, the disconnect between the care work and domestic work actually occurred. That disconnect needs to be done away with because they're very closely tied. And it also involves skill recognition programs for domestic workers. These women have been working historically in this field. And who are these women? They're indigenous women, migrant women, Black women, girls, just let's recall that most of the child labor is carried out at home. So this is this comprehensive intersectoral linkage that is essential. Also, I would just like to remind you that we have the ILO has an international agreement with regard to domestic workers. Now, there are many regions. This region is the champion region in terms of the signatory of region of this convention, but some of the countries in the region have not recognized these rights. There's a very large number of domestic workers who do not receive social benefits, and roughly 80% of these have lost rights during the pandemic. There's been a significant setback in that regard, and so there's a great deal to do with regard to ensuring rights if we truly want to improve the condition with regard to rights and social protections of women providing care work in Latin America. We must look at Convention 169. There are very few countries in the region that have ratified this, and we would like very few who have not, and we would like to encourage those who have ratified it to actually implement it, and those who have not to ratify it. We are closely following the ECLAC process. ECLAC is a key partner for the 20 million household workers and caregivers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Thank you to the representative of the International Federation of Household or Domestic Workers. And thank you to everyone else for your remarks. We have hereby concluded this item on the agenda. Anna, would you care to take the floor? Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the various delegations for your contributions. These are confirming what we have done, the analysis and the various contributions to better the position document. Thank you for those contributions. Some are related to the declaration, and we can talk about this a bit further later on. Some countries also expressed that they would like to have more time to submit their comments and contributions. So the team and I will be receiving your contributions next week. We would like to receive your comments on the annotated index. We know it's quite well developed already, and the ideas that we have developed are quite finished, but nonetheless, there's room for improvement. So, of course, we have taken note of the various comments, and please send them in writing if you would like to as well to the Gender Affairs Division email, and we will be taking into consideration your contributions up until next Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you, Director Gismith. You have a 15-minute break for coffee outside in the hall, and we will reconvene at 1:45. 12:45. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todas por regresar en tiempo. Según el temario que aprobamos esta mañana, corresponde ahora abrir un segmento.
We now resume our work. According to the agenda, we will now open up the preparations for the 50th session of the Regional Conference on Women. The first speaker will be Ana Guesmeza from the Gender Division ECLA. She will talk about the preparations that are being conducted. Good afternoon. Let us now talk about the preparations for that regional conference. We have been working and talking to the Chilean authorities as past chair and new chair Argentina. We are conducting many conversations on this. So let me talk about what is the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean. What is the roadmap? What is the proposal for structure of the program? What are the agreements that exist and what's happening with the parallel events? Now, as to the Regional Conference on Women, let me say that indeed, this is the main intergovernmental forum within UN on rights of women and gender equality of the region. It is organized by ECLAC as a secretariat of the conference. And the Santiago conference is conducted organically together with UN Women. The idea is that this regional forum may dialogue with the global activities. And as we know, UN Women has an active presence, especially in the last few years with the Santiago group, working in coordination with New York. This is convened every 3 years, and the mandate is to analyze the regional situation, as well as the regional and national situation on the autonomy of women and rights of women, as well as gender equality. We are to agree on recommendations in matters of public policies and conduct regular evaluations in terms of meeting the agreements. There's Cairo, there's Beijing, and there we also have a role to play. We have held 14 meetings, and we are very proud, as we said this morning, because we are a region with a regional gender agenda that has grown hand in hand with you, mechanisms for the advancement of women, and also with active participation of feminist movements, as well as intergovernmental UN mechanisms. It is deep, comprehensive, and ambitious. This involves also a conversation on 2030 agenda on financing for development. In short, it is an agenda that consolidates many topics, and we're working on that. Let me show you the member states of the presiding officers. Chile and VPs. This, by the way, is open and it is renewed. It is also open to expressions of interest for the next meeting. And this is the roadmap agreed on. First of all, on the bottom, you see two events of two subsidiary agencies that are relevant. This is not part of our process, but they are key. The first is the Regional Conference on Population and Development that is to be held next week here at ECLAC. And the other is the 39th session period of ECLAC, which is the main mechanism of governments who are member states of ECLAC. That will be in October, Argentina. These are landmarks. The ideas are that by September we will hold a meeting with specialized UN agencies, intergovernmental agencies, and all of the partners that are interested in participating. That would be a working meeting explaining how or in which segment we can collaborate. And we will organize also a workshop for journalists. It will be regional and global, so as to create or to train on this change that is so urgently needed. In October, UNICEF offered to support the idea. Let's listen to young girls and adolescents. And we believe that in the region, this would involve a virtual meeting, and we hope to have the contribution of young girls and adolescents trying to get some to be a part of the meeting, and we're interested in listening to them, and we'd like to give them their own space. Now, in November, we already have a date. The government of Argentina will provide further detail. There's a forum of feminist organizations that is a plus for the region. That will be held on the 7th, the day before the beginning of the meeting. There is a group that is working precisely on this. And now UN Women will tell us about this, more about this process. Argentina has said that one of the side events should be a parliamentary event. So for the first time, we'll have a parliamentary input to see what's happening. And this includes regional parliaments, national parliaments, and this is what we have in mind. The conference starts with the 63 presiding officers, and afterwards, on the 8th, we'll open the work of the 15th Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean. Very emblematic. Now, the debate has already shown what's happening. We have been already created dialogue and work hand in hand with you. The topic is a care society, the horizon for a sustainable recovery with gender equality. And we have at the regional agenda heard from the previous conversation, we as Secretariat have a challenge, which is to get everything that you wish to bring in together and also be more specific about the work that will be there conducted. So there are high expectations, and we hope to follow all of these interests. We have also made headway on a proposal of structure. As we said, on Monday, we will open up for the self-management of feminist organizations within the framework of the conference and the previous meetings that can take place. On Tuesday morning, there will be an event, a parliamentary event, and then there will be parallel events that will be held during the 4 days from 1 till 2:30. We'll open the conference on Tuesday. The first item on the agenda has to do with the presiding officers and the approval of the agenda. And we have the traditional ECLAC gavel, and we will then open up for comments on the position paper. We will then open up room for the declarations of feminist movements and civil society. And after the position paper, and we have shown what this will be about, but we expect to have a high-level dialogue on Wednesday on this idea. We also find that it's very important to hold a special Caribbean session so that ministers, authorities from mechanisms for the advancement of women to participate and bring in their own ideas. In the afternoon, we have a high-level panel. There, we will deal with one of the pillars of the Montevideo strategy. And here, we, as we know, we are responsible for reporting. So there we will be report on information systems. In the afternoon, we will share what's happening with that document. But we're very enthusiastic about the idea of having this product output and this report. This is really what we intend to do. There's an outcome on the statistics and women's conference. And also, we have the chair in the hands of Argentina, and that will bring a landmark of a several years relationship between both subsidiary agencies. On Thursday, we will have a second panel. And here, we're working on financing care. We're working on a document, ECLAC and UN Women, that is based on how to finance systems, national care systems. And in the afternoon, we'll have the third component, which is care of the planet. We have already worked at the presiding officers meeting in January. We have had progress, and we are working on gender, climate change, the environment, and the policies related to natural disasters. That would be the moment to do so. And on Friday, the 11th, we have space for round tables. And we still have to define what this will be all about. And we also have considerations and approval of the Buenos Aires commitment. That would be the final room, the final moment for deliberation and approval, having in mind that the main outcome expected of this conference, aside from the meeting and exchange of experiences and balances, will be the adoption of a commitment that is deep, progressive, that will truly contribute and that will involve you as a very important piece of the promotion of women's rights. Now, since we're talking about this commitment and agreements, let me bring to you all of the agreements that are part of the regional gender agenda. Each one has a different focus. You have received a copy of the publication, and here we have a history of the 45 years of the regional gender agenda. This includes all of the consensus and agreements bringing where we're at. The Montevideo strategy is not an agreement of commitments. It's the way the regional agenda can be articulated with the 2030 agenda. This is where we're at right now, with an integrated vision with autonomy and rights, but stresses the bottlenecks on gender equality. And I'd say that this proposal also is involved in the care systems proposed. Now, these are the pillars for the implementation. Institutionality, that is one of the regulatory guiding principles. And this is the document that is, by the way, already available online. This is an excellent part of the movement that we're fostering. We're trying to think about the name of the agreement. UN usually has a heading. We have some introductory comments and we also then have the operational paragraphs. And that's where we're working on. What have we agreed on? Well, our team is already working on a review of the language used. We have already agreed on a regional agenda. We've also taken a look at the language coming from the previous meetings of the presiding officers. Minister Corte has requested this, but this is something that you have also asked. CEDAW has offered the first committee on UN that has to do with articulating gender and intersectionality. That is our challenge, how to bridge these two. And there's also the idea of common and differentiated responsibilities that is so important for Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to talk about the different players from the state. We know that care policy doesn't only have to do with the advancement of women. We also talk about other players, ministries, and parliament and judicial power. There's also the role of others, civil society, academia, and others. Our idea is to be able to have all of this already perhaps discussed and agreed on by the 4th week of October, because this is just a tentative agenda. We would like to receive different versions by email, and that's how we've been working in the last meetings of the presiding officers. You must clearly state what has been agreed on in terms of language and what is not. This is something that must be discussed with your governments and foreign ministries in order to eventually come to a consensus on the final text. And in November, we'll have to be ready with that commitment to be implemented. Guidelines for the organization of side events. We've also talked a great deal about this. The idea is to have about an hour and a half for these side events. That is the opportunity to share experiences, progresses, and initiatives. The Secretariat of ECLAC says that this cannot come into conflict with the plenary meetings. That means these side events cannot be held during official schedules where other plenary meetings are being held. Argentina has suggested a parliamentary event that will seek support from regional parliaments. And we're already working on this. And Minister Orellana has already said that civil society is urged to fund and to search for additional resources for the support of feminist and women's movements. That's an initiative that comes from that event. We wish to have a meeting with donors from different sources as well as from member states, from foundations, civil societies, philanthropic organizations, and other kinds of donors from elsewhere. And this is the proposal for agenda. We have called on for side events candidates by August the 1st. We will select the proposals, and that will be approved by the end of September. The idea is to have this all in Spanish and English. Those who submit the proposals should also help out with the logistics so that this may be seen online. There may also be hybrid meetings reflecting the partnerships that we have already formed. We hope that the side events will involve participation from many countries, and that would be my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Anna. Let us continue and give the floor to Cecilia Alemani from UN Women, who will refer to the same topic. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I had to step out briefly. I had to provide a presentation to UN Women in the meantime. Anyhow, I wrapped up earlier. Now, in keeping with the strategic partnership that we have with ECLAC, we have been working very closely, Anna and I and her team and my team from the regional offices, who's seated behind me, Barbara and Mr. Coelho. We've been working very closely, and also there are many individuals who are working closely behind the scenes. We work within a network at UN Women. There's 555 experts in gender throughout the region, more than 22 offices. And of course, we are all here available for the regional conference. It's very important that the current chair and the future chair understand how we go about our work and how we are jointly available within ECLAC's gender division and other areas within ECLAC and UN Women. And yeah, allow me to just briefly refer to one of the key aspects of the Montevideo commitment and how it has been to create a fund for civil society organizations. We don't have much money, but you can do a great deal with very little money. And so we submitted a call for participation. More organizations than we wanted applied. We only had 10 million. Well, anyhow, those who were chosen, the applicants chosen through a very rigorous selection process. And then we had a short list, actually. So the more resources we are able to raise, the more opportunities we will have to make these partnerships and these small grants for civil society organizations a reality. And I think this is very important. So this is a symbol. The feminist movement and grassroots feminist movements in our region are actually being empowered through this conference by their own member states. So as Anna said, we truly need to make an effort to raise resources. And so chair and future chair, I know together we will all secure this. With regard to feminist organizations, Traditionally, there's a pre-conference meeting. We have already assigned a physical venue for this meeting in Buenos Aires. It will be very significant, but it is actually the Museum of Memory, the Memory Museum, which is a very emblematic institution in Buenos Aires. Anna and I actually went there with our team members to view the venue, and it was a very emotional opportunity. So I think it'll be a key symbol for the entire region that the feminist movement organizations can actually meet there and stake their claim their rights from there. That will be held on November 7th in Buenos Aires. And there's another group of NGOs and various platforms that are already pulling together the various regional network participants, and it's very important for civil society organizations to network and to work together to allow as many people as possible to take part in this event, and of course to listen. It's important to listen to their claims as well and proposals for solving problems. Anna and I and our team members and the Argentinian government, we all met in Buenos Aires, and it was a very exciting moment. We were in the San Martin Palace with the minister, and we talked about the agenda and these aspects that Anna agenda, aspects that have already been agreed upon. And together, we were seeking the support from all of our governments so that the conference will truly be a success. Now, during the days of the conference per se, as Anna said, there will be official promotional events, parallel events, and the Argentinian government has also proposed having a parliamentary forum. Why is that essential? Well, because without parliaments, we will not be able to adopt and enact the legislation that we need to bring forward the structures required for the care system and also to do away with discrimination. This is something that is within the purview of all of us, because that in the end is linked to SDG number 5, and that is one of the targets and indicators we're trying to meet, and hope we're so far so good. So we know that legislative bodies are key partners. Now let's talk about the regional fund. 258 applicants from 23 countries applied. 18 were chosen from 8 countries: Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, etc. And the steering committee of the regional fund actually adopted at the end of April the selection in the month of May. UN Women, as the administrative body, closely followed each and every one of these organizations in order to grant the funds, review the working plans, and figure out how they plan to use these funds. So smooth sailing thus far. We've already signed some commitments, and the dispersion process has begun. And we believe that this first call has been quite successful. So what we need now is the generosity of these states, the public and private donor organizations, and etc. Allow me to point out, with this I would like to wrap up, allow me to point out the regional partnership for digitalization of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is part of an effort launched in 2020 and launched as part of steering committee or presiding officers meeting 60 led by the Chilean government. And this is also smooth sailing, because this is a key component to do away with to close the gender gap with regard to IT and access to remote work, and to continue encouraging the gender-based digital basket program. Many countries are involved in coordination with ECLAC, and we also have a program called All Connected. This is a virtual platform. It's collaborative in nature, involving multiple stakeholders. This was launched in January this year with resources for training women in digital skills. It provides them with an opportunity to network online and economic opportunities for helping out almost 4 million women from the region. So we just wanted to support entrepreneurs, women interested in the technology sector. We need more and more of us, otherwise we're going to be pushed out of the labor market. That's why it's so important to truly drive home the need for women to have IT skills and technological skills so that we have more women with better, decent work. So we hope that the regional conference will allow us to make progress with regard to these commitments and these aspects so that there will be more civil society organizations truly benefiting from these resources, and so that together we, as Anna said, will member states, international organizations, SCO, and all the various sectors of society, together we can work for equality. Thank you. Thank you to the Deputy Regional Director of UN Women. I would now like to request that the technicians play the recorded message of Santiago Cafiero, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the International and of International Trade and Worship of Argentina.
Buenos días, buenos días, buenos días, buenos días, buenos días, buenos días. No puede estar así con ustedes, no quería dejar de participar, porque es importante de la mujer de América Latina. Y este año tenemos
Mientras solucionamos el problema de audio del video.
While they work on the technical difficulties, let me now give the floor to the Minister for Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, in her capacity as Vice Chair of the Presiding Officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, friends, peers, representatives from international organizations. As the Minister of Women, Gender, Diversity of Argentina, I'm very pleased that my country will be hosting the upcoming regional conference on women for Latin America and the Caribbean. We all know that this is a very privileged opportunity to bring about agreements and commitments, and we believe that what we have here today is a good example. For example, what ECLAC has done today with regard to gender equality, protecting and promoting women's rights, and the rights of lesbian, trans, and others throughout the region. We have high expectations with regard to this event. We have been working hand in hand with our colleagues from ECLAC, UN Women, the government of Chile, and we know that this event is a key example of how we have been able to strengthen our ties and work collectively for a strategic objective for the region. We have an ambitious roadmap. We're just looking at that all. Thanks to Anna's presentation, we know that we do not have much time left, and we will continue to work very closely together and all add our grain of salt. As the host state, our commitment is to ensure that this is a participatory regional conference involving multiple sectors so that everyone will have his or her and their own voice. We have worked closely with the Argentinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that we will ensure that the best possible conditions are set to receive you as hosts in Buenos Aires in November 7 to 11. We know that in order to do so, we must work closely. All the states need to work collectively, all the various levels, and that's why we wanted to share with you that this is a federal participatory state level event. We also wanted to encourage the full participation of all these stakeholders involved. We know that civil society organizations are significant contributions, so are the feminist and trans-feminist organizations, as well as the unions and academia, international organizations, and many other key stakeholders and sectors. With this spirit in mind, we have been moving toward the event and we have held preparatory meetings. We know that they have proven to be quite promising. Maria Noel mentioned as well that we have already started this event with a signed agreement and a schedule agreed to. We have made significant progress thus far. And also, as just mentioned, we are doing the best we can to ensure that we can secure the best possible venues for the inaugural event, the side events for the Feminist Forum as well. There will be several different international fora as well with ministers and other authorities. We have seen very active participation throughout the region and elsewhere because we know this is an opportunity to underscore the importance of this event and to secure widespread regional participation, to consolidate our gender agenda. We also held meetings with colleagues from civil society. Many of these organizations have followed us, and we are receiving messages from them from Argentina as we speak. We have heard their valuable contributions and their expectations with regard to the conference and with regard to organization of the pre-conference forum. The Forum of Feminist Organizations is a has broad participation, intercultural participation. We know that this will be held on November 7th, the day prior to the conference. And as mentioned by Maria Noel, in a very symbolic venue, which is the Museum of Memory and Human Rights, where the clandestine center for torture and extermination, the largest one in Argentina, was operated during the last military dictatorship. Now today is an open space for all communities, and the idea is to preserve and maintain our memory and to preserve and conserve human rights. So it's very symbolic that the Feminist Forum will be taking place there. It's loaded with emotions and symbolism as well. We believe this is the best site to frame this feminist event, which is diverse, plural, Latin American, and we hope to have more than 3,000 women participating from Argentina and throughout the entire region. On November 8th, also, we will be holding cultural events as part of the inaugural events. These will be held also at a very emblematic site, which is the Kitchener Cultural Center. It's quite impressive venue, and this points out the importance of culture for certain projects throughout our region. Now, this is an opportunity for art, thought, discussions, etc., something accessible to all of us because all the activities held out there are free of charge. Moreover, we expect the event to go beyond what is physically present. We want the entire city to join in and to foster a debate, discussion. We know all of this is key for us to bring about the change we aspire to, something that we work on diligently daily. As mentioned, we hope to have a very rich side event agenda with roughly 20 events. Moreover, We hope that there will be a key parliamentary forum as well, in keeping with the Argentinian proposition, with a very wide representation of the parliaments from throughout the region. As you know, Mar del Plata was the host city of the 1994 event, and we know that we have all made significant changes and we've had progress since then, since 1994. As a region, we have a great deal of clarity as to the fact that those projects and plans have turned into concrete policies, and we are fully convinced that we have a common objective to make progress and to ensure that our societies become societies of care. As mentioned, the economic, social, and health crisis also exacerbated inequalities, the pre-existing ones, the pre-existing gender inequalities, and had impact as well on the most vulnerable sectors of society. Nonetheless, it allowed us to showcase, even more so than before, the key role of care in our societies. Care has to be recognized as a basic need and a significant contribution and a human right. We have the right to be cared for and to care for others. We've already said that today, so I'm not going to delve deeper into that, but we clearly understand that the burden with regard to the care tasks falls more significantly on women, and the impact of all of this with regard to our independence and our access to rights and resources. Given this reality, as a region, we have certain responsibility here, and that responsibility is to pull together all of our efforts to reach agreements, for example, and to ensure that these agreements are actually helpful as guidelines for designing, implementing, overseeing public policies that will allow us to primarily ensure that we can build a more feminist society post-pandemic. That's a historic responsibility we all have, all of us here today, either in person or virtually. And in November, we are going to work in this regard. This is key for us. It's key to be able to maintain high level of standards in terms of care, as already mentioned. So I'm not going to repeat myself again. I believe that we aim to come up with a very robust position document that refers to gender inequality as a dissociative factor of the current development model. It's essential to do that. And in that regard, Argentina is responsible for ensuring that the regional conference actually be up to par and as fabulous as the previous events. This is a historic opportunity to place care at the heart of the policy agenda so that we can truly create this society of care. Now, this regional conference is a progressive multilateral opportunity that will allow us to come up with public policies that will substantially improve the lives of millions of women, girls, LGBTQA+ others as well. We are expecting widespread participation, and we know that this is the only way to really make a difference at the policy level. So we are looking forward to this event, as I mentioned, that will be marked by a long litany of adjectives. And thank you for that. We hope that our dreams will come true in the upcoming months.
Muchas gracias, ministra Gómez Alcorta.
Thank you very much for sharing the action Argentina is preparing for that meeting. We'll now give the floor to the Foreign Minister from Argentina, Santiago. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you in presence as I would have wished to, but I cannot but miss this very important event on the preparation of the meeting Conference on Women. And I thank ECLAC and UN Women's for the organization of this meeting. This is one of the most important forum in America, and this is helping to create a solid modern gender agenda promoting the rights of women with all its diversities and gender equality as a sine qua non for the growth and sustainable development of the region. We'll reach that 15th meeting having gone through long preparation with many process after a health crisis and economic recession that has been unprecedented. This is leaving more poverty, inequality, and wider gender gaps. That means we have to redouble our efforts to improve the lives of our people. In following the agenda under Montevideo and the Santiago commitment, we must reaffirm our commitment towards gender equality. We should work together to reach the goals set in Beijing more than 35 years ago. Currently, the 15th Regional Meeting on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean will grant us the chance to go forward in more and better agreements between the countries in the region on care issues, believing that appreciating, valuing, and well distributing care tasks are very important in order to reach gender equality. We have ahead the challenge of building a care society that will set the groundwork for sustainable recovery with gender equality in the region. I greet you, and I hope that you will come to Buenos Aires from November 7th until the 11th for the 15th Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean. And the motto will be Care Society as a horizon for a sustainable recovery with gender equality. Thank you. We thank the Foreign Minister from Argentina, Santiago Garciero, and we'll now open up for comments from the presentations, both here as well as through Zoom. Please raise your hands if you wish to hold the floor. I ask the Secretariat to help us out with the list of requests. You each will have 3 minutes to go so that we may finish on time for lunch and then the side event.
No habiendo más solicitudes, le damos la palabra.
Ms. Karina Flores from Guatemala Civil Society, you have the floor. Good morning. I bring greetings from Guatemala. I thank the organizers for allowing me to share you some ideas on an initiative that became a part of the efforts behind the Summit of the Americas held in LA. Several women's organizations that participated on that summit from different countries and organizations set up the first generation of the movement that wishes to promote more respect to human rights for women. An agreement was made so that this movement would study the different spaces that exist that may strengthen participation and rights of women. We aim to get women to participate more We want to get women to be more empowered and become a part of decision making, always having in mind the gender perspective and intersectionality in the Latin American and the Caribbean countries. We have a network of women's organizations in America that is encouraging leadership and empowerment of women with their diversity so as to impact the policies for a more just, inclusive society. I can also mention the respect towards commitment and diversity. As we already said, we are leaders in regional efforts. Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Brazil, Panama, and other countries are part of this effort. I request respectfully a part of a little share of time in the future meeting in side events for us to bring in our opinions in Argentina. Thank you.
Agradecemos
We thank Guatemala civil society for your presentation. With us, have finished this item in the agenda. We now have a lunch break. We'll be back at 2:30 p.m.
Buenas tardes. Las invito a retomar nuestro programa preliminar.
Let us get back to the program, and now we will hear a presentation on the progress and the preparation of the report on information systems, Pillar 9 of the Montevideo Strategy for Implementation of the Regional Gender Agenda within the Sustainable Development Framework by 2030. I would like to invite the Chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC, as Ana Guesmes, as well as Javier Mancero, the Chief of the Social Statistics Unit of the Statistics Division at ECLAC. They will refer to this preparation of the report on information systems, as I already said.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Great, thank you. On behalf of Rolando Campos, the head of the division, statistics division, I would like to thank you for allowing me to be here to make this presentation, a presentation that will address the tie between the Statistics Conference of the Americas and how they this conference has focused on gender statistics and how this is related to the conference. The CEA, the Statistics Conference of the Americas, for those of you who do not know this, is a subsidiary body of ECLAC, and its goal is to guide mainstreaming aspects regarding gender perspective, and it is also pulls together the various international and national bodies working in the realm of these statistics. Now, the SCA has been around for 20 years, and at the very beginning, it said that gender statistics are critical for proper designing of development policies, programs, and projects, and focused on the importance of gender equality in work, in the labor market. And so at the last region, well, at one point, the conference set up the Gender Statistics Working Group, which was aimed at fostering the production and generation of statistics for gender for public policy. This group played a key role in terms of creating a methodological guide and analytical tools for the gender perspective for statistics generation. Now, one of the outcomes of this group was, for example, classifying time use activities. That was key for having a comprehensive, orderly perspective of the tasks that individuals carry out and the time dedicated to each. This was adopted by the conference as a regional standard at the 8th conference in 2015. Now, as of the 10th conference in 2019, the working groups actually underwent a change. The groups were specifically set up for a 2-year period with the goal of addressing a specific project. And that's why, just like the other working groups, this working group on gender statistics no longer existed. And actually, after that, gender statistics were addressed by other groups set up to tackle specific projects. Now, in 2021, we set up another working group to define a methodological guide on time use measurements in Latin America and the Caribbean. This document was adopted as a regional standard at the 11th version of the conference, the SCA. Now, this has a broad perspective, and it begins by defining the concept of time use with regard to gender perspective, and also includes the state-of-the-art of time use surveys in the region, and addressed all the methodological aspects of the time use measurements. In the end, it included a review of various good practices and experiences. The complete guide is actually being pulled together. It's in the final stages, awaiting publication in roughly 1 week's time. Now, the conference also has a working group aimed at publishing a guide for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in statistics production. The idea is to provide a methodological and conceptual tool to support this process at the official national statistics offices. And we will see the results of this at the next SCA which will take place at the end of 2023. Generally speaking, the working groups over past years related to gender statistics have been coordinated by the INEGI in Mexico, and they have always enjoyed a widespread participation by a large number of SNOs and support by the Division of Gender Affairs and at ECLAC and UN Women. Now, with regard to gender mainstreaming at the Statistics Conference of the Americas, there was a very key moment regarding this at the 2020 meeting. Why? Because the resolution of that conference actually recognized the cross-cutting mainstreaming nature of gender issues and requested that it be incorporated, that the gender perspective be incorporated into the work carried out by the working groups. As a result of that resolution, two tasks were carried out. Guidelines for gender mainstreaming in the working groups of the SCA were drawn up, and an advisory group was also created to provide support for this gender mainstreaming process. The document with the guidelines was recently presented at the November 2021 conference, and it addresses certain considerations for mainstreaming the gender approach in statistical processes. And it also comes up with a few key recommendations for the SCA working groups. On the screen, you can see the way in which gender approach has been mainstreamed in the various steps of statistics production. And the document in the end comes up with a series of recommendations for the working groups and how they can actually include the gender approach in the different stages of the process. These are recommendations for the working groups, I repeat, for their use. And they also have received support by the advisory group for mainstreaming the gender perspective within the working groups. Now, this group supports the various working groups and also provides them with support on the actual topic itself in order to facilitate the creation of linkages between the conference's working groups and experts in gender statistics in keeping with the subject matter addressed within the working groups. These experts are the SNOs or international or national experts expressing the interest to participate in the advisory group. And obviously they have received support by ECLAC's Statistics Division and UN Women. And in 2023 was the first 2-year period that the advisory group is working. Argentina through INDEC, Colombia through the DANE, and Mexico through the INEGI are 3 key members of the advisory group. And these are all, when I'm referring to these members, I'm referring to the national statistics offices. Now, let me mention that this experience that I'm referring to has been a pioneer experience globally. And in fact, it has become a benchmark experience for the UN Statistics Commission. This commission, the UNSC rather, has looked at the work of the SCA as a landmark moment to follow suit. Now, both conferences share something in common. I'm referring to the report entitled Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality in 2030. This will be presented as a working document at the 21st meeting of the Executive Committee of the SCA to be held in August. The idea is to have a preliminary participatory process to address this working document within the statistics community, and we hope that this will be a joint document by both conferences. And that is my presentation. But prior to wrapping it up, I just wanted to recognize, because everything I just presented would not have been made possible without the commitment and dedication, obviously, of the member states of the SCA, who are pushing forward with these topics and these issues, but also thanks to the efforts carried out by the team within the statistics division at ECLAC. We have worked closely with the SCA and the division to make this all possible. Thank you. Thank you. Now I will present to you the current situation. You all have the annotated agenda as well, and the annotated index. Allow me to refer to this and refer to the preparations of preparations for the report. Now, Mexico has worked closely with the Secretariat, and now this is actually a key group. And the national statistics offices have played a key role, as well as mechanisms for the advancement of women. And so this was a joint effort by UN Women, INEGI for Mexico, but El Salvador and Cuba and Uruguay have also played a key role. And this whole concept is for all of the various statistics offices to work together and the users of statistics, policymakers, etc. So I think this is an overall collective effort, a good practice. And Javier Mancero has pointed out how this has been recognized internationally as a good regional practice. And so the efforts that we are carrying out with this report constitute yet another step forward in our efforts to link both subsidiary bodies, but not just linking the bodies, linking the experiences as well within the NSOs. So the document has 7 chapters. It is the result of joint work by both conferences, as I've already mentioned. It refers to the current state of affairs with regard to statistics production. And we are also very much interested in how it has contributed to defining the key factors that have allowed us to forge forward with development, but other aspects. It also aims to include promising experiences that we have seen throughout the region. But it's not an assessment or evaluation document. It does not aim to define a ranking, but rather it's just here to refer to the promising experiences and what has been carried out. Informative in nature, and also as mentioned by Javier Mancero, the aim is for this to be input after it has been, of course, reviewed by you, input for the discussion on the various SCA mechanisms. Now, it includes 7 chapters. The first one refers to the structural challenge of gender inequality, and then regional architecture and how this supports the production of comparable gender statistics. The third chapter refers to mainstreaming the gender perspective in national statistics systems. Fourth, partnership between data producers and data users. Fifth, production of gender statistics. And that's the step we're currently moving toward now, how we can actually expand gender statistics production in all of the development areas. And the 6th chapter refers to progress made by the countries throughout the region in terms of information production. And then as far as what is the last chapter refers to what we need to monitor. Well, the second to last chapter refers to what we need to monitor in order to make progress in the care society. And finally, the last chapter refers to the decade of action towards 2030. And this is related to the agreements taken on by the states under the Montevideo agreement. Allow me to mention that the first chapter is entitled, What do the data reveal about the structural nodes or challenges of gender equality? We aim to provide you with informatics, schematics, not just a report, but something more user-friendly to show the role of what these statistics really reveal. We provide socioeconomic inequality information and persistent poverty in the framework of exclusionary growth. We show how women do not one in every two women is excluded from the labor market, but for men, it's 1 out of every 4. So clearly, the gap has an impact on SDG 8 as well as SDG 5. We also refer to how in 2020, for every 100 men living in poor households, there are 113 women living in the same situation. So the advancement of the region in terms of poverty reduction has been halted, I guess one could say, as a result of the multidimensional aspects of crises or multidimensional crisis per se. And as a result, the inequalities have not been reduced, and so we need counter-cyclical policies that are either of a different magnitude, or we need the sexual division of to overcome the sexual division of labor. We know that women spend 3 times as much time on unpaid domestic and care work than men, or they actually are paid less. And 21.3%, they constitute 21.3% of the total contribution to GDP. But 75% of all that work is carried out by women. So we have appraised economic contribution, time contribution. We have other examples, for example, concentration of power and how the region has advanced toward parity. This is an example we just actually published in the SDG report that shows how parliaments, where one of the areas where the parliaments is where the region has made most progress, more progress than in other areas. And anyhow, this is an SDG monitoring indicator. And then in order to absolutely secure parity at the parliaments, it will take more than 40 years. But anyhow, we are progressing towards democratic parity. There are several countries that have constitutionally instituted parliamentary parity. And so there is progress. It's slow, but with regard to violence and the magnitude of violence, we have seen that extreme violence, feminicide, or other examples of violence, or other the toxic practice of violating human rights, such as child marriage or early unions. We know this is a reality that girls face primarily. 1 out of every 5 girls in Latin America, the Caribbean. Anyhow, with this information, what we wanted to show to you is that there may be different opinions with regard to gender equality, but nonetheless, the evidence speaks for itself. And thanks to official statistics, we have been able to show this reality. And with hardcore data to statistics, that is. We need to add more studies to this, but nonetheless, we have been able to show the structural gaps and the challenges that we face. And so it's important to have official regulated statistics and publish them.
Secondly, we have a regional architecture, and here we are pioneers. And as we saw this morning, a region that is very much concerned with the monitoring with the 2030 agenda, meaning not only we can, but it's correct. We heard the Minister of Mar del Plata talking about Mar del Plata before Beijing. And let me say that as of the first action plan, we already spoke about women's participation in development as adopted in Havana. The idea is to have statistical data in order to follow up the status of women in social and economic performance. that is trying to figure out what's happening with women. And before Mar del Plata, before the Fourth World Conference on Women, we were the region that spoke about the need to show what's happening with unpaid domestic work. Throughout the conferences, we have created statistical agreements. I'd like to mention two landmarks. One in 2007 in Quito. There, actually, the speaker corrects herself. Yes, indeed, it was 2007 in Quito. There, the conferences entrusted ECLAC to host the Observatory for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this has been steadily producing information with a gender perspective. Afterwards, in 2016, the states reiterated their commitment towards information in order to show inequalities. And the strategy of Montevideo became a pillar for the implementation of the gender roadmap. Now, we have already heard about the SCA. As of the first meeting 20 years ago, it recognized that the production of gender indicators was necessary for the proper design of policies and programs. In 2007, we saw the creation of the working group on gender statistics. That went on until 2019, as we've already seen. And afterwards, working groups have been created to that purpose. That is to go forward in more gender policies. At least two statistical manuals have been prepared. The CAUTAR, that is the classification of time use for Latin American and Caribbean, now the methodological guide on the measurement of time use in Latin America and the Caribbean. This has also been circulated. Next chapter, that talks about making gender focus cross-cutting in SCAs or in NSAs of the region. The idea is to make evident the complexities and the multidimensional nature of these inequalities. So the gender focus must be transversal and a part of the preparation and use of public policy. But throughout the whole statistical process, we must see everything involved in the creation, dissemination, evaluation of these gender perspective. And this has to do with development. And evidently, as we said, as in the 2030 agenda, we can have gender specific data that can be used for political mandates, but it also is needed to go forward in the NSAs in order to articulate national programs for the inclusion of gender in national statistical data systems with roles, with identification of users and needs, production and regular budget with development of skills as well. Creating, in short, a positive environment so that this may come to fruition. In the conversations on the 2030 agenda, we always talked about the data revolution, and that involves data creation, data dissemination, and also it has to do with a quicker pace for the creation of data. ECLAC has spoken about this often, breaking through the statistical silence. And then we have the ideas of partnerships and some of the stakeholders in national statistical production. Naturally, we have the national offices and the mechanism for the advancement of women. But there we also see the gender offices of public institutions, sectorial ministries, local governments, national institutes of human rights, civil society, etc. The strategy then in Montevideo says that the strengthening of partnerships between institutions is very important, especially amongst the producers of information. And this is key. The idea is to have constant dialogue, to consult with experts on genders for each specific area of statistics. A permanent dialogue must be held to identify roles, needs of information, agreeing on concepts and methodologies. I hope that as a region we may have a common language, a common statistical language to gain institutional confidence. And that is what we have in mind. That is why the partnerships we are creating between the SCA and the Regional Conference on Women is encouraging. We then spoke of the progress in the region. We now can see what used to be invisible, and the surveys and the use of time are quite clear. Nowadays, we have already 23 countries in the region with surveys on the use of time. And here we wish to greet the efforts conducted by the Caribbean. They have joined this effort in the last few years, developing statistics on the time use. And we already have a lot of outcome. We have 10 countries that have made economic value on the care system and 5 with satellite accounts on the unpaid domestic work on households. This is an example in talking about production of data. Another space for the production of this data has been the gender statistics production on gender violence. At the observatory, we have identified 13 countries in Latin America that have laws on prevention and the elimination of gender violence. And there are special articles that have to do with the need to follow up this data. The interinstitutional strengthening for statistics has been very important in the production of statistical evidence, not just in terms of magnitude or prevalence of violence in gender. And this has been improving. This is also a concern that we have shared with Minister Orellana. We are now talking with Europe and the social panorama because the measurement of prevalence has been diverse. On the other hand, administrative records, the big challenge of NSOs on femicide is important. There we have an interinstitutional coordination space, and we have some promising experiences in the region. Undoubtedly, though, we have to go forward in the information systems that support initiatives to prevent for a rapid response and warning. The countries do have plans and policies. We are now about to conclude a course that we have offered with CLACSO and UN having to do with records, statistical records on this topic. And this is indeed a big challenge. Ana Valdez has been coordinating this work on our side. And in terms of gender statistics, statistical production, we talk about taking advantage of other statistics that already exist in our countries. And I enjoy what's being done by the groups such as Iliana, Caro Miranda, who are over here with us, as well as the team from the gender division. There are several colleagues we've been working with. Now, what will happen with the census? Here, new opportunities will open up to measure time used, for example, in the Caribbean. There are countries that have progress, and that's very important to see how we see census and gender identity. The idea is to go forward in nucleus of coexistence, second home. There's a lot of dynamics involved. The census are indeed a good opportunity with a gender focus to find more about what's happening. And there are also different groups of the population involved, so we can make intersectoral comparison. On the other hand, in economic statistics, we are now witnessing a means to articulate the traditional sources of information. Sometimes they can't talk to each other, such as the social demographic census with the labor information coming from the continuous economic census. How can we get these studies to dialogue with each other? We can talk, for example, about the right for women to have jobs, both on the supply as well as on demand side, and also using administrative records that are so important. These are the ones that involve most territories, and there we are able to notice the gender gaps in, for example, the provision of financial services and through the financial regulatory authorities. The idea is to go forward with innovation. The big challenge and the big proposal we're working on, together with the statistical conference, is how to articulate spatial and statistical information, geospatial information, and the use of big data. A big challenge and also a big opportunity is how to work with ecosystemic data and gender indicators. And actually, we have climate change. And here we have a new road to track, giving an opportunity to bring in gender into these environmental statistical data. And then comes the question, what to measure to go forward towards a care society, which is what we are looking for. The region, according to the regions already bring information in satellite's account of unpaid work and in our surveys. And you yourselves have said that we must articulate the supply and demand as well as the available financial resources. The costs involved to work on this. And here we have two examples. There's the federal map on care in Argentina. And we have the Bogota system as well. We see how some studies change in terms of costs involved. We see how to go forward in care services with the use of different statistical sources. Now, a decade of action for 2030 horizon, we have taken up 9 axes of Montevideo strategy, and we can dialogue with information systems. That is seeing what's happening with the regulatory frameworks on information systems, institutionality, participation, for example, of civil society or of the academia in the building of in capacity building, what's happening with financing towards statistical sustainability, what's happening with communication. with technology. This morning, we heard about the importance of going forward with technology, IT, innovation towards equality, the cooperation. This is all fundamental. But the most promising thing here has been the articulation between the mechanisms for the advancement of women and the national statistical systems. Naturally, there's always been a intergovernmental vocation to go forward in the building of a national public statistical systems. Originally, we know that many gender statistics were conducted by the academia or different activist movements. But we know that we should always have the big commitment, the one that we have adopted at the Regional Conference on Women, as well as at the Statistical Conference of the Americas, that is to go forward in the production of local data that can be also public. And then we have received many questions from the ministers and authorities. We invite you to share the progress reached and the challenges to reach the challenge of making the statistical production cross-cutting with the use of quality data and sharing the strategies and the instruments. These are very important. What are the promising practices that can have access to this type of exercise? And what are the challenges? Here we have some that have been some of the challenges encountered: financial sustainability, use information for public policy, intersectional focus, installed capacity, and information voids. I ask that you send your comments up to Friday. 4 countries, Antigua, Barbuda, Costa Rica, Spain, Paraguay, have already sent their contributions. And that would be my presentation. Thank you for your attention. And I close in recognizing this effort. The idea is to develop a systematic assessment system for Montevideo, and now with information systems. I thank the team, especially Eliana Baca, who has been leading this exercise from the gender division, ECLAC. Thank you for your attention. We thank the presentations received. We thank you, Anna, as well as Javier Mancero, also from ECLAC. We now open up for the delegations to make their comments, both here in this room as well as from virtual sources. Paraguay and I think Nicaragua have asked the floor.
Damos paso a las intervenciones. Tiene la palabra la delegada de Cuba.
Cuba has the floor.
Bien, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We would like to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC for the invitation and the Gender Affairs Division for providing us with the opportunity to participate here at the presiding officers meeting with regard to the mechanisms for women's advancements. Allow me to refer to what Cuba has done in terms of implementing the Montevideo strategy. Advancing women, Cuban women, is part of the state policy. We have been successful in implementing programs and policies to benefit women and their family. An example of this is the approval of the National Program for Advancing Women, which was adopted by way of Presidential Decree 198 and published on March 8, 2021. It consists of the Cuban State Women's Gender Agenda. It is a plan to provide follow-up on the fourth Regional Conference of Women. Now, the regulations or legislation includes fostering women's advancement, equal opportunity, equal rights, and to make progress with regard to subjective and objective factors that result in discrimination and violence. Area 7 of this national program is aimed at statistics and research, and it is aligned with Axis 9 of the Montevideo strategy and stimulates the development of scientific studies in different areas with the gender approach. It also fosters the creation of a scientific gender observatory that makes it possible to use the gender approach to build indicators and statistics, as well as for conducting comprehensive qualitative and quantitative studies that would contribute to public policies. Other actions included with regard to Area 7 involve including statistics and databases and indicators that make it possible to conduct gender analyses with regard to access, use, and time with ICTs, for example. We would also like to point out the approval of an integral strategy for gender-based violence prevention. This was adopted by the Council of Ministers and guarantees a comprehensive, integral approach for effective care for victims of GBV. This is an example of the commitments of Cuba as well as the convention and the commitment under the Convention of Agreement on all reduction of all forms of violence against women. We also have a laboratory to roll out SDGs in order to facilitate data, national statistics, and data processing. Now, this initiative provides a series of tools and instruments designed to provide support to national SDG monitoring efforts and for capacity building. It also provides a multidimensional approach or perspective with regard to the actions carried out to ensure that they are carried out. A national group is also set up, and this is part of the Cuban Federation of Women. This project makes it easier for decisions to be made, of course, based on the information provided. This also allows for updating and serving as input for the voluntary contributions and reports of the country in different international fora. In 1997, the Center for Women's Studies was also founded. This has been recognized by the Cuban Academy of Sciences. Now, we also have interinstitutional partnerships set up, and so the Center on Women's Studies, as well as the National Office for Statistics and Information, have conducted population studies with a view to assess the efficiency of policies and measures and programs with regard to achieving gender equality. Allow me to also mention that women today constitute 40 5% of heads of household, according to the housing censuses, population censuses. And according to this study, 44.7% of these heads of households are either married or are in union, and their partners actually recognize their leadership, which shows that we are doing away with patriarchal patterns in Cuba. This information is also available through the NSO. We also wanted to refer to how we believe that the Montevideo strategy is an excellent instrument that has provided us with a roadmap for securing gender equality, independence, and women's rights throughout the region. It has also contributed to fostering actions in the different countries, and these results have been recognized in different international fora. Now, despite that, and on our path towards full equality, we also have opportunities to learn, to provide more context with regard and include all the various ideas that will, in the end, bring about better results. This document allows us to better understand the root causes so that we can better assess situations affecting women's rights and independence and equality within certain timeframes so that we can also conduct comparisons and assess effectiveness. The strategy clearly stimulates or encourages collective actions among the various stakeholders from the local up to the international level. The Cuban policies agree with this focus and approach, which is multi-sectoral, so that together we can design actions that are of common interest to all. The Montevideo strategy has become fundamental for implementing the regional gender agenda within the 2030 SDG framework, and also for securing appropriate mainstreaming of the gender approach in national policies. Thank you.
Agradecemos la intervención de Cuba.
Thank you, Cuba. Let us hear from Chile.
Agradecer y saludar primero Marri Marri también, Marri Marri Compuche. Agradecer a CEPAC.
We would like to thank ECLAC for having allowed us to, after such a difficult time, to present the advances that we have made in the various countries and the various countries have been working on, specifically taking into consideration the impact of the pandemic on women. We need to see the progress that these states have made, and so that we can continue to work together for future advancements. So we'd like to thank the authorities present and all of you who are joining us virtually. This is a new way to communicate during the pandemic so that we can work together. So thank you once again for those of you who have joined us virtually.
Como Estado de Chile, los avances que hemos estado viendo.
I wish to bring in the process that we have witnessed in the last few years towards the promotion of gender equality. We are feeding on what others are doing in order to push forward our needs. Gender statistics do have a very important role in getting rid of stereotypes in the formulation of policies in order to reach full equality between men and women. Without them, we cannot go forward, or at least we can only go forward blindfolded. In Chile, we have segregated by gender since the 90s under the leadership of the National Women's Service and the Beijing Plan from 1995. That includes systematic mediation for the planning and evaluation of gender equality. In order to strengthen gender statistics, the Presidential Decree 305 under President Bachelet makes it mandatory that all statistical data produced in the country must be desegregated by gender. As of that challenge came about the Intercommission on Gender, believing that we cannot go forward in true equality for women without statistical data that will allow us to make good decisions, measure progress, and re-guide efforts towards our goal. The Commission on Gender from 1914, coordinated by the National Statistical System and Women's Ministry, aims at systematizing, guiding, publishing, and promoting the production of gender data for public policy making. The second goal is to follow up and update the indicators that have been published. Together with publishing these indicators, the idea is also to look at the region. This has guided the work conducted until now. The Subcommission on Gender was developed between 2014 and 18. There was a program between different sectors joining ministries that produce statistical data. In 2018 up to 2020, it did not continue to work because of the pandemic. In order to continue in December last year, that's when we started again. An online platform was built for data dissemination. The purpose is to show the situation of men and women. The platform has 49 indicators that have different dimensions: economy, education, gender violence, amongst others. Under the current administration, the Women's Ministry and Gender Equality submitted a working plan for this year. It includes new topics, contents to improve the system of indicators. We now have about 14 public institutions that help out with the production of data: Women's Ministry, Gender Equality, Social Development Ministry, Education, Health, Ministry of the Interior, Public Security, NSO, the Commission for the Financial Market, Labor, Social Security, Finance, the General President's Office, Foreign Ministry. And this year, we have also seen the Ministry of Environment and Science and Technology have joined this effort. I'd also like to talk about the vital statistical production to guide public policy having to do with the care economy. Here, a big achievement has been the first survey on time use from 2015, that has to do with the different activities, such as paid and unpaid work, as well as personal activities. Since we came to office, we have already started working on a second survey that will be implemented next year. In order to forward in looking at what's happening in rural territories, we are working in a project to implement a pilot project under the Global Alliance for Care Systems, and this is going to be done with international cooperation from Mexico. It's a fund, Chile, Mexico. It's important to talk about this because when we talk about care, things change from urban to rural areas. Rural areas make things more complicated. It's even more difficult to get water, drinking water. Another important statistical production is that of administrative data having to do with gender violence. These are published in websites from different ministries. The Women's department publishes victims of femicides and frustrated femicides. This is done with an intersectoral group with police force and everyone that is involved in femicide. Every 4 years, there's a national survey. And in 2020, it kept the same questions that it had from the beginning in 2018. Right now, new questions have been added as of a wider definition coming from the initial questions from Belém do Pará. We also have to do with violence questions. In 2020, there was one that was formulated by the prevention of crime. In order to share experiences in the region in terms of statistical production on gender violence, next July, together with Eurosocial Plus and with the Gender Affairs Division from ECLAC, and the Spotlight Initiative, we intend to have a dialogue on national statistics and the prevalence of violence against women. The purpose is to share different methodologies and definitions that are used in each country, identifying a roadmap that will eventually bring in more comparable data. The situation of migrant children, the reality of women in rural areas, of indigenous women, Afro-descendants, as well as those that have some kind of deficiencies, are going to be part of a report to follow up SDG 2330 under the Family and Social Ministries effort. We need data to monitor gender gap. And finally, as of the Women's Ministry, we are having an impact in all national surveys with inclusive language. This year, to the socioeconomic survey, CASEM, we will add a gender standard LGBTQ plus, and the last one includes specific questions that bring in more data on the care situation.
Muchas gracias, subsecretaria Vidal, por su.
Thank you, Undersecretary Vidal, for your remarks. Argentina has been recognized.
Ministra, hago nuevamente míos los cálidos saludos.
Once again, I would just like to echo the warm remarks by our minister earlier on. Such an inspirational meeting thus far. My first comments are related to how, in addition to the head of our cabinet, being the head of the cabinet and an iPhone photographer, she's also sending some information with regard to the surveys that you answered. I know that you have committed to answering this survey. It's a good starting point for our initiatives. We are also here to break the mold. Now, when I heard closely earlier our speakers, distinguished speakers from Cuba and Chile, brought something to mind. It was actually at ECLAC headquarters here, where women from throughout Latin America started complaining and denouncing how we were simply invisible in these statistics. Being invisible is difficult because what was challenging was that we're not really invisible. We were there back then, we're here today, but still we were made indivisible. Made invisible, rather, by the statistics, which are key for social covenants and statistics. And this whole aspect of being statistically invisible was the result of that agreement to rebel. That's what we did here at ECLAC. And these are just general remarks because I think it's good to refer to the progress we have made, but we are not progressing in solitude. And we're facing these challenges together as well, not in solitude. So I think there's a paradox here with regard to being invisible, because now we may be more visible, but we have been silenced. So we were made visible through statistics, but the quote-unquote condition of women was not made visible. The dreams, lifelong projects of women, this was not made visible. And this institutional glamour and the magnitude and scope with which Alicia Bárcena proposed that we do away with this statistics silence was something we took to the streets to address as well. And I think for Argentina, this was also the cause of dispute. We know that no indicators are pacific or peaceful. You know that. They result in heated debates because it's how we are seen, how we want to be seen, and how people see us. In any event, the 2010 census in Argentina began including this concept of making women more visible and recognizing different capacities. Now, this year we have had progress, and we hope to share this progress with you. I am referring to gender identity as a topic, self-recognition by Indigenous peoples. This is very important. Self-recognition by the Indigenous, and not the typical stereotypical classifications, but rather the Indigenous people self-recognizing. And the census also refers to self-ethnic recognition, self-recognition of ethnicities, people identifying their migratory status as well. Now, this isn't something intersectoral, and I think all the countries in the region would agree when I say that when we talk about intersectorality, we are not saying anything scary. We're not setting out to shock you, but rather the purpose is to bear in mind that there's so many plural voices out there. So, dear Ana, if we have a challenge before us, and if the SCA has a challenge, it is to continue to insist upon comparability and traceability of data and the use of indicators. The 2030 agenda, for example. And dear colleagues, I have seen this within the UN system. I think the 2030 agenda exercise and the indicators was very interesting because not only did it allow for national ownership, but it wasn't so prescriptive. It wasn't about being in that situation of comfort. It was an invitation to open our minds, to open our perspective, and become more sophisticated with regard to how we view the various realities, contexts, and situations faced by women and other dissidents. So I think it is key to insist upon the fact that there's a horizon here that we need to continue expanding and not narrow. Also, you refer to linking special statistics information and big data. I would like to celebrate all the progress made by the Argentinian Ministry for Women, Diversity, and Equality. When I arrived, everything was already done in a 2-year period, and the head of cabinet over here coordinates the agenda, can speak to that as well. We set up a follow-up and a planning department within the National Census and Statistics Institute, where we work on gender statistics.
Motivos de género, también con el trabajo sostenido con mujeres en asistencia técnica.
Technical assistance and other tasks are carried out.
Esto sí que es innovación.
And this is true innovation. This innovation is refreshing to figure out what to do with what we have. We are proud of what we do, and we open up our chest with pride. But what about the daily data of communities? I think that this map that ECLAC has brought as care maps is an extraordinary experience to set up a social dialogue on what to do. What do we do? Should we share them, or should we use them to transform our societies into more inclusive, equal, and fair societies? I think that the articulation of statistical data with geospatial data is really important. That is one of these fruitful possibilities in this new century. And also, and with this I finish, I am worried about the mystifying result of data, use of data. Naturally, we have to use data, but they can be bewitching as well. But we must interpret, because we have to interpret them. In talking about big data, we feminists know and are showing that that is a place where the patriarchal society is intact, where rationalization is pretty healthy, thank you, and where diversity is not. Maybe this is where we set up useful models that can be profitable to sell health, educational services. So I think, dear ones, that we should help each other to work with big data. And why? Because the gender bias and the pandemic has made this really evident. They call on us, they outrage us, and they discriminate us. So welcome to this proliferation of data. But we are the ones that have the responsibility to be on top, as we have heard before this cursed modernity And when the vapor train came about, the band was there to celebrate, and others were, on the other hand, throwing stones. They did not like the engines. I know that some are naive, but we cannot remain in the dark medieval ages. We must face the data revolution, but always aware that this revolution should be feminist or we just don't want it. Thank you, Argentina. And now Dominican Republic.
Gracias, Presidenta. Desde el gobierno de República Dominicana y en
Thank you. The Dominican Republic government greets these these statistical progress. We know and we are aware that we're facing a big commitment. Statistics are fundamental for the decision making and for the design of public policy for the autonomy of women. Here, the third National Plan on Equality and Gender Equality of Dominican Republic has the goal of strengthening information systems that will permit quantitative and qualitative analysis with a gender equality focus to show the social health, violence, economic status of the population, especially of women, adolescents, and girls, and with a special emphasis on education, statistics on the environment, access, use, and production of technology in the hands of women. We also have a system of gender indicators through the National Office of Statistics with an observatory on gender from the Women's Ministry that receives all data having to do with violence against women and an observatory of on the hands of the judicial ministry that has to do with women's rights. We also have a series of challenges, especially in time use, employment, and the environment. Here, we see that there are still difficulties to have disaggregated data. In order to answer the system, in 2019, a survey was made on women in the Dominican Republic, and this emphasized the data on violence against women. And likewise, in Dominican Republic, we have departments on gender equality, and that involves technical mechanism that has to do with public institutions. This was created through joint resolutions from the Department of Public Management and Women. Amongst its functions is the production and report of statistical data.
puntos importantes es el lanzamiento.
Another important aspect has been the statistics, gender statistics 2021 to 2024, with the technical support of the Statistics Consortium for the Development of the 21st Century and UN Women. The strategy's objective is to channel the efforts of the National Office for Statistics for gender and to identify a path to strengthening and including, of course, the dissemination and use of the same. As a strategic objective, is the expansion of gender statistics by means of the cross-cutting nature of gender statistics in official statistics in order to answer to the development of public policies, as well as improving access and use of gender statistics by means of the strengthening of dissemination processes and with great emphasis on everything that has to do with a statistics culture that is inclusive. For this, we've also carried out efforts, training efforts at different levels with the public institutions where we've had the support of UNDP and UNICEF. And also, I'd like to also mention how to make use of of the statistics and how we move them forward. And in terms of the pilot for the care communities where municipalities have been selected, prioritizing the data. One of these municipalities or towns is Asua, where we've identified 7,457 people who are vulnerable and beneficiaries of one of the main programs, welfare programs, and they have care needs. This has been carried out by means of the use of big data and of different mappings done through the single beneficiary system of the Republic of the Dominican Republic. And this has allowed us to identify that the people who carry out this paid work are mostly women. In this sense, we've made the decision to prioritize in order to make it part of this pilot. And in fact, today, it is being inaugurated. There's been coordination between the institutions that form part of this initiative. Thank you. Thank you to the Dominican Republic for their presentation. We will now move on to the delegations that are online. We now have Lydian Fos, the Minister of Paraguay.
Ahora sí.
Muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por cederme el uso de la palabra. En representación del Ministerio de la Mujer de Paraguay, hago extensivo los
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry of Women in Paraguay, I'd like to greet Antonio Orellana, Minister of Equity and Parity in Chile, of the Regional Conference for Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd also like to greet all colleagues and representatives of the different countries who are participating of this meeting, both in person and virtually. And the idea of articulating these public policies has led us to form an observatory for women in accordance with the law of 2016 for protection of women against all forms of violence. This is oriented to the monitoring and research on violence against women to design public policies for the prevention and eradication of violence against women in Paraguay. This is an official system on research of violence against women with monitoring and supervision of femicides of Paraguayan women, both in Paraguay and abroad. And this information is timely and necessary to design public policies as well as for the prevention and eradication of violence against women. We apologize. There are two voices, and unfortunately, we are unable to hear the minister. At this meeting, visibility was offered to the role of national systems in the quantification of unpaid work, the value of time, and their incidence in the development of Paraguay. To value and quantify unpaid work requires reviewing statistics, economic statistics from a gender perspective, especially with respect to the sexual division of work or chores, especially or namely the transfers and total consumption of the economy, as well as working with the tasks carried out throughout the life cycle. These are consumed in the household, labor, preparing food, and other chores, and it seeks to quantify the time of activities that are not contemplated in the national accounts. It is necessary to calculate their weight. In the last few years, the National Institute for Statistics of Paraguay has participated in the group, the statistics group of ECLAC, and on the use of time and unpaid work. At present, it is in the midst of an implementation of what we call the Strategy for Statistics on Gender Affairs in Paraguay for 2021 to 2025. It is offering a strategic framework, a national plan, a framework to evaluate and promote the execution and continuity of actions to have better and more gender statistics, and so that these statistics can be used in the design and evaluation of public policies in favor of our girls and women. Within this framework, having a statistics strategy that is sensitive to the differentiated needs that women have is necessary to analyze in order to make evident the main issues that women face and to respond to their needs in order to reduce the inequality and gaps, as well as guaranteeing their rights. The most important challenge to consolidate the statistics necessary in Paraguay, we would like to carry out surveys to create national reference data on very specific matters, such as the use of time, gender violence, the ownership of assets, poverty, and disabilities. A greater use or improvement of the administrative sources of data or alternatives to bridge the gender gaps and budget, and the development of statistics capacities of users, and to increase the understanding of these data and the use of gender statistics, for example, through courses or seminars on the appreciation of the data that have been generated. Statistics production through surveys such as the National Survey on Violence or the inclusion of surveys such as that of the use of time, statistics planning at a national level. These are all matters that are true challenges for our country. All this, of course, also increasing statistics on specific themes. This will fill the atlas of the National Institute of Statistics that will also feed the Observatory on Women's Affairs. Another challenge is strengthening data, including a gender approach within the National Statistics Plan to make visible the disaggregation of data by gender in all of its institutions. All this for the follow-up of gender and violence and the inclusion of these periodical surveys that are so necessary to have updated data in compliance of the SDGs. This time use survey, a national survey on gender violence, and also to improve the administrative data and to improve their use. These are some of the advances that we wanted to share with you from Paraguay, and we would like to once again celebrate the development of this meeting. Thank you very much, and a special greeting to Ms. Baeza for the possibility of sharing and exchanging our perspectives. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la viceministra de Paraguay. Tiene a continuación la palabra Avilia Caravaca, presidenta del INAMU de Costa Rica.
Thank you very much. I'd like to offer the floor to Diana Caravaca from Costa Rica. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation of this report. And there is a more evident need to produce differentiated data with gender perspective that will help us make decisions in these times of economic crisis for the proposals and the legal changes that we wish to make to achieve policies and budgets. It's important to make sure that this does not fall into deaf ears and that we continue searching for solutions and proposals. The National Institute for Women in Costa Rica does not have professionals in statistics, but we do have teams that are responsible for designing methodological proposals and gender-specific projects, but we have a series of strategic partnerships to develop instruments that allow us to make this work sustainable. This is oriented to the production and inclusion of gender statistics through the design, publication, and implementation of the guidelines to include the gender perspective in the production of statistics of the Costa Rican National Statistics Institute. This is all part of the guide to develop gender statistics in the National Statistics System of Costa Rica. This has allowed us to guide the institutions on the procedures to follow with gender perspective and to submit this to the public in general. All these instances, such as the National Institute of Statistics, their census, and other sources of information that have been consolidated with these specific agreements, framework agreements that the Institute has used with all these institutions to guarantee the collaboration of the parties by means of commitments, strategic commitments for a determined period of time. This institute has allowed us to continue with surveys on the time use, on unpaid domestic work, the measurement of statistics and gender violence, and annual reports on the financial aspects of women. And as part of the commitments that have been undertaken by the parties, we've designed certain spaces for sharing, such as the case of the Commission for Improvement and Updating of the System of Indicators and Gender Statistics. The Technical Committee, the Interinstitutional Technical Committee, makes these efforts. And despite all these, the country still is lacking information on strategic issues that are critical, such as is the case of reproductive health, violence against women. Because although we do have surveys, these go back to 2015 or 2014, and these attempts to offer continuity to both surveys and to devise a new application have met with the lack of budget. There's no funding. And of course, with the specialized institutionality in the production of data has been extremely important. It is necessary to continue to sensitize and train personnel of all these institutions and national statistics offices on the importance of the inclusion of gender perspective in statistical production, to sensitize people on the reality of women and make decisions in this regard. The work carried out by the international platforms such as the Belém do Pará Convention, the OECD, and others have put on the table the need to contribute with the production of gender statistics, human resources, and materials to sustain the production of statistics in the country. It is of the utmost importance to reinforce this national statistics culture in order to for people to understand what these statistics mean and how they can be used in order to design, plan, execute, and evaluate the actions implemented and their respective impacts, which would contribute with accountability, especially thinking of the population and more specifically of women. This information is very relevant for the women's organizations as well as for generating proposals and this search for equality that come from the state and from social organizations. Finally, it's important to monitor the expectations of the pandemic and 2021 as a result of COVID-19 and how it has affected women's lives in Costa Rica. It's a study that includes national statistics with respect to women's situation in different areas: education, employment, care, violence, health, with their individual and collective experiences. So as a result of this high demand for information, knowing the situation of women in the context of the pandemic in the last few years, we have seen a greater commitment in some areas of public institutions in regards to gender statistics with a gender perspective in order to plan and make decisions. There is a willingness to include these statistics in official documents because processing information would be more expeditious and that would make information available that is more timely and updated. It is to establish the activities to create gender perspective and statistics, and to ask questions, the pertinent and relevant questions, which are key for all our projects in favor of equality. Thank you.
Agradecemos a we thank Costa Rica for the intervention, and now Minister Jessica Padilla from Nicaragua has the floor. Good afternoon, heads of delegation present in this 60th meeting. Fraternal greetings and our hope for Latin America in peace and dignity for the Americans, for the women of the Americas. The government of Nicaragua, according to the agreements designed to guarantee human rights of women and girls, as well as gender equality, has strengthened its legal framework of good governance with programs, policies designed by different agencies of the state, and this through a system of information and monitoring. We have instituted the platform that is information system of the Government of National Security in order to publish the national plans in accordance with the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The government of Nicaragua has strengthened its national statistical system with INIDO, the Central Bank of Nicaragua, and all the ministries and departments of the state, Supreme Court of Justice, and decentralized organizations, local governments, and state companies. Ministry of Women is part of the National Statistical System of SIGRUM. Likewise, our ministry is part of the different institutional plans in order to guarantee the rights of women, empowerment of women, and elimination of violence in all of its forms. There is a national coalition against human trafficking, a fight against femicide, the national system for climate change, the national system for mitigation of disasters, the National Commission on Drug Prevention, the National Commission on AIDS, interinstitutional plan for adolescent development, and the Nicaraguan Council of Energy. As Ministry of Women, we prepared a gender document showing all the progress that has been achieved to strengthen the real effective participation of women in exercising their active protagonism in all spaces. Likewise, we have highlighted the achievements for the strengthening of the empowerment and autonomy of women in fight against poverty and sustainable development. And we accompany the government for the elaboration of institutional gender policy, contemplating the information and monitoring systems according to institutional strengths to continue moving forward in gender equality. The government of Nicaragua, in addition to this monitoring system, includes in the national budget resources allocated to gender practice in 3 axes: rights of women with a budget of 1.7 billion, 485,000 all social expenses, access to goods and services of human care and reproduction with an amount of 17.8 billion Cordobas. For training, education designed to improve gender relations, we have a budget of 1.5 billion, 732,000 Córdoba. So all these actions of public policies with corresponding budgets have the purpose of complying with the Sustainable Development Goals so as to guarantee a decent life to women and families. Our guidelines of National Plan of Fight Against Poverty and Human Development are the fundamental basis for our national statistical system, which is a tool for decision-making, monitoring, evaluation, and achievement of goals in good governance designed to achieve greater gender equity. The government of Nicaragua will continue with its efforts in order to face the new challenges of women, assuming that of automating and strengthening our statistical system for decision-making. For this reason, we are designing a prototype defined by sex, rural area, complementarity, and thus strengthening the rights of women of the rural areas and of cities. Thank you very much. We are sorry to say that interpretation has come to an end. We've gone 1 hour, 10 minutes beyond our time.
A continuación, la palabra la directora ejecutiva del Instituto de El Salvador, María López.
Sin embargo, queremos compartir los avances que El Salvador tiene en la temática. Buenas tardes, presidenta y jefes y jefas de delegación. Agradecemos a la CEPAL por el trabajo desplegado para que esta reunión sea un éxito, así como el esfuerzo realizado para que juntas avancemos en fortalecer la igualdad y los avances por la autonomía de las mujeres en la región, ya que este espacio representa la oportunidad para realizar un análisis sobre los diferentes retos que enfrentan las mujeres para ir cerrando la brecha ya existente. Deseo compartir con ustedes que el gobierno de El Salvador, liderado por el presidente Nayib Bukele, presenta avances significativos sobre los sistemas de información contenidos en el eje 9 de la estrategia de Montevideo para la implementación de la Agenda Regional de Género en el marco del desarrollo sostenible hacia 2030. Sistema de estadísticas. Contamos con un sistema de estadísticas y monitoreo para la igualdad, una herramienta de gestión institucional que permite acceder, clasificar y analizar la información relevante y oportuna relacionada con los avances de las instituciones en el cumplimiento de las normativas nacionales para la garantía de los derechos de las mujeres y dar cuenta de la situación y condición de las mujeres salvadoreñas. Contamos con el Centro de Información para la Igualdad Sustantiva, que consiste en una plataforma informativa que permite tener acceso público al CENI, que recoge la información en estadísticas de género que las instituciones del Estado proveen al ISDEM. Contamos también con un sistema nacional de datos, estadística e información de violencia contra las mujeres, el cual es una herramienta de gestión de información sobre la violencia contra las mujeres que permite disponer de una base de datos compartida sobre los tipos de violencia en cada país. Las articulaciones institucionales han sido clave para el avance en materia de procesamiento de la información con perspectiva de género. El ISDEM ha tenido coordinación permanente con la Dirección General de Estadísticas y Censos del Ministerio de Economía y el avance de la desagregación por sexo, de la recopilación, análisis y publicación de informes estadísticos de las instituciones del Estado. El ISDEM, en coordinación con estas mismas instancias, ha formalizado a través de la formulación e implementación conjunta de la estrategia para estadísticas de género en El Salvador 2021-2025. En el área de violencia contra las mujeres, se destaca que el ISDEM ha tomado un rol protagónico y ha establecido coordinaciones con la DIGESTIC y el Ministerio de Justicia y Seguridad Pública para trabajar en conjunto un solo informe de estado de situación de la violencia contra las mujeres 2021. Uno de los principales retos en esta materia es la elaboración del documento de evaluación de brechas de edad para mejores estadísticas de género en El Salvador 2020. La conformación de la mesa técnica del ISDEM, Ministerio de Economía, DIGESTIC, Banco Central de Reserva y Proezas para la creación de un módulo de indicadores de comercio exterior y género en El Salvador. Actualmente se encuentra en proceso de formulación y el levantamiento de la Encuesta Nacional de Uso de Tiempo 2022 y el de género en los procesos de ejecución del censo de la población. Si bien tenemos avances en esta materia, es preciso mencionar que hay trabajo por hacer. Debemos continuar fortaleciendo acciones que contribuyen a reducir las brechas de desigualdad y mejorar los sistemas de información, estadísticas institucionales para fortalecer los mecanismos de obtención de datos. El compromiso que el ISDEMO tiene es trabajar en conjunto con nosotros en compartir buenas prácticas, promover esfuerzos que permitan el desarrollo de sistemas innovadores para la recolección de datos y que permitan visibilizar las brechas de género que necesitamos mejorar a fin de avanzar juntos.
Agradecemos a la directora ejecutiva del ISDEMO de El Salvador. Tiene a continuación la palabra Cristina Almeida, secretaria técnica en Ecuador. Sí.
Señora presidenta, un saludo fraterno desde Ecuador. A todos y todas los jefes de delegación, para mí es un honor estar presente de manera híbrida. Les saludo desde este andino país, Ecuador. Me voy a permitir saludar a cada una de las mujeres y autoridades presentes en esta reunión. Además de escucharnos unas a otras, de permear las herramientas que cada país ha ido generando, hoy quiero agradecer su presencia, su fuerza. Gracias a ustedes, cada vez somos más mujeres en los espacios de toma de decisiones, con visiones intersectoriales. Hace algunos años me parecía imposible que las mujeres jóvenes estemos en espacios de toma de decisiones. Su trabajo ha abierto las puertas, ha creado una generación que recoge agradecida su esfuerzo, pero que además se plantea el enorme reto de sostener y seguir caminando hacia un mundo más igualitario, más justo. El Consejo Nacional para la Igualdad de Género de Ecuador está presente en esta reunión, pero además, a través de mi persona, queremos dejar en claro que el Ecuador ha asumido el reto de erradicar todas las formas de violencia que hoy aquejan a mi país. En el 2018 se aprobó la Ley para Prevenir y Erradicar la Violencia contra las Mujeres, en la cual se configura por primera vez un sistema nacional para la prevención y erradicación de violencia de género, mismo que se fortalece, pues ha obligado a generar información, cifras y datos que han permitido su funcionamiento, todas ellas con perspectiva de género. Teniendo como protagonista a 22 instituciones estatales que colaboran desde sus atribuciones para brindar en conjunto una atención integral y especializada. El Consejo Nacional para la Igualdad de Género es un órgano y es el órgano responsable de asegurar la formulación, la plena vigencia y el ejercicio de los derechos de las mujeres y las personas LGBTI. Y en cumplimiento de sus obligaciones provenientes de esta ley, de manera conjunta con la Secretaría Nacional de Planificación, así como con la Secretaría de Derechos Humanos, se procede a la construcción de la Agenda Nacional para la Igualdad de Género en el periodo 2022-2025, enmarcado en el Plan de Creación de Oportunidades, es decir, el Plan Nacional de Desarrollo Ecuatoriano tiene que tener perspectiva de género gracias a la ley y al mandato constitucional. Esta agenda es un instrumento de planificación que contiene propuestas de políticas públicas, entendidas como mecanismos para la transversalización de los enfoques de igualdad en todos los planes sectoriales. Es decir, ya no pensamos únicamente en el centralismo, sino también queremos llegar a todas las provincias, cantones y parroquias de este país. Deben ser considerados en todos los instrumentos de planificación los enfoques de igualdad, el enfoque intersectorial, intercultural, de movilidad humana, pero sobre todo diferenciar las necesidades que las mujeres en el ciclo de su vida tenemos. Este instrumento, en un primer momento, contiene un análisis de la situación del país en el contexto de la pandemia por la COVID-19. No podemos desconocer que esto ha marcado sin duda el rumbo y el enfoque de los planes y políticas públicas que lleva adelante mi país. El marco jurídico recogido en esta agenda sin duda es el nacional, pero también el internacional, que garantice el ejercicio de los derechos de las mujeres y de las personas LGBTI+. Y la instrumentos de planificación nacional. En un segundo momento, se realizó un diagnóstico sobre la situación de las mujeres y de las personas LGBTI desde sus localidades, es decir, intentando territorializar y asentar lo más posible todas las políticas públicas que tengan que ver con género y que sean y provengan del territorio. Además, incluye un modelo de gestión que plantea mecanismos de coordinación para la transversalización, seguimiento y evaluación, con el planteamiento de metas e indicadores. Punto muy importante para el país porque nos permitirá comenzar a generar la evaluación de todos los planes y proyectos que tengan que ver con los derechos humanos de las mujeres y de la población LGBTI. El alcance de este instrumento es nacional y territorial. Se articula de manera integral con los planes sectoriales de los distintos ministerios rectores, es decir, las 22 instituciones que les mencioné en un inicio. Uno de los principales enfoques que aborda la agenda es la interseccionalidad. Este enfoque permite comprender la existencia de una convergencia de varias condiciones que, en su conjunto, colocan a las personas en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Se trata de una propuesta teórica que propone el análisis de la discriminación como un fenómeno complejo que permite revelar la existencia de variadas identidades que combinadas generan diferentes tipos de discriminación. En definitiva, se trata de incorporar una medida y una mirada más compleja, rica y crítica que muestre todas las formas de desigualdades que se dan dentro de la estructura social en contra de las mujeres y de la población diversa del Ecuador. Las desigualdades se producen de diferentes maneras y en distintos contextos. La etnia, la identidad de género, orientación sexual, la condición socioeconómica, la edad, entre otros, son factores que se contraponen y confluyen en el mismo tiempo. Son necesarias que se visibilicen en las políticas públicas, pero no solamente en las que son de carácter nacional, sino en las que se construyen desde el territorio, desde la localidad. Las políticas públicas que el Ecuador está promoviendo a través de la Agenda Nacional para la Igualdad son 7. La primera es promover el ejercicio de derechos y la erradicación de la pobreza, con énfasis en las mujeres diversas, con enfoque de género e intersectorial. La segunda es garantizar el acceso de las mujeres diversas al pleno empleo, en igualdad de condiciones que los hombres, incorporando el enfoque de género e interseccional. La tercera, asegurar el acceso de las mujeres diversas de los medios de producción, redes de comercialización, tecnología y tecnologías de la comunicación con énfasis en las que se encuentran en la economía popular y solidaria. 4. Garantizar el acceso de las mujeres diversas a la propiedad y control de la tierra con recursos productivos y financieros. 5. Fortalecer el acceso de las mujeres diversas a créditos y servicios financieros con énfasis en el sector financiero popular, sin obstáculos, sin barreras estructurales ni barreras operativas. Garantizar condiciones laborales para el adecuado desarrollo del trabajo remunerado del hogar. Garantizar la prevención y atención frente a todas las violencias de género. La intervención sostenida por parte del Estado ecuatoriano, con asignaciones presupuestarias orientadas a superar la crisis, para los siguientes grandes ámbitos de intervención, que son el fortalecimiento del sistema económico, el acceso al mercado laboral y el sostenimiento de la pequeña y mediana economía, orientado a la generación de ingresos, teniendo como base la economía circular y verde, dando énfasis a las nuevas modalidades de comercio digital. Por otra parte, se requiere transitar hacia una economía y una sociedad del cuidado, para consolidar la autonomía de las mujeres y contribuir a la reactivación transformadora, es decir, el reconocimiento y redistribución de lo que significan las tareas de cuidado en la economía nacional. Se debe potenciar el papel del Estado, sí, en el proceso de la construcción de la sociedad del cuidado, pero también escuchar a quienes diariamente, con las horas extra que trabajan todos los días, contribuyen y crean este sistema. El compromiso del Ecuador es fortalecer y mantener una gobernanza manifiesta que permita trabajar por los derechos humanos de las mujeres, entre el sector público, el sector privado, la sociedad civil y las organizaciones de mujeres, así como la academia. La Agenda Nacional para la Igualdad de Género es la apuesta material para la transversalización de este enfoque en todas las funciones del Estado, pero sobre todo en los servicios que brinda en la función ejecutiva y sobre todo en la territorialización de este enfoque y en el manejo adecuado de la información, cifras y así como los procesos de generar acciones congruentes con la ley, el sistema, pero sobre todo con las exigencias de mujeres del Ecuador que son históricas y a las que el Estado está dando respuesta. Muchísimas gracias a todos y todas por este espacio y por estos minutos que me han permitido conversar con ustedes y contarles cómo se está desarrollando todos los ejes de trabajo que el Ecuador ha tenido y ha mantenido el compromiso de actuar. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a Ecuador por su intervención. Tiene a continuación la palabra Mónica Botero de Uruguay.
Hola, buenas noches, estimada ministra Orellana, ministra Elizabeth Gómez, que la vi hoy por allí, y colegas de los mecanismos de género de la región. Felicitaciones por la jornada de hoy, la hemos seguido desde aquí, desde Montevideo. Esperemos, como tantas colegas, estar allí en noviembre con ustedes. La idea ahora específicamente era comentar este proyecto en la que estamos tantos países participando, junto con CEPAL. Por supuesto que el Instituto de las Mujeres de Uruguay forma parte del grupo de trabajo, desde nuestro sistema de información de género del Instituto Nacional de las Mujeres, que como ustedes saben está instalado en la institucionalidad de género desde el año 2008, y por supuesto hemos seguido en este tema y seguiremos una política de Estado aportando y haciendo crecer estos edificios que son nuestros mecanismos de género, y que todas y todos los que estamos cerca de ellos sabemos lo que nos ha costado construir, y por lo tanto seguimos contribuyendo a ese crecimiento con tanto afecto y compromiso. Nos parece que los sistemas de información de género de nuestros mecanismos son fundamentales para poder poner sobre la mesa las políticas y evaluarlas. Para nosotros particularmente ha sido fundamental en el proceso que todas tenemos desde dentro de nuestros gobiernos, de, como le llamamos siempre con un poco de humor, nuestro trabajo de evangelización a veces de otros sectores de gobierno y de la institucionalidad sobre los temas de género. En ese sentido, contar con los datos, contar con las mediciones, es fundamental para hacer objetivos algunos puntos que muchas veces se consideran parte de un planteamiento ideológico, que sabemos que en realidad está reflejando la realidad. Con los números siempre es mejor mostrar la realidad. Como decía, el sistema de información de género del Instituto de las Mujeres, que está instalado desde 2008, tiene el fin de evidenciar la interseccionalidad de las desigualdades entre varones y mujeres a través de la producción de indicadores de género, mediante el reporte sistemático de datos a nivel nacional y departamental. El análisis con base teórica, estos indicadores, como decía, que reportamos de manera sistemática, son construidos a partir del procesamiento riguroso y confiable de la información estadística. El análisis con base teórica de la información, dando paso a la producción de diversos documentos de trabajo. El trabajo articulado y continuo con otras oficinas de estadística, tanto a nivel nacional como internacional. El sistema de información de género tiene por objetivo poner a disposición de diversos actores políticos institucionales, organizaciones sociales y ciudadanía en general los indicadores de género relevantes. La producción de indicadores es una herramienta decisiva para la elaboración de políticas de género eficaces, porque contribuye a la sensibilización de los organismos del Estado y población en general, al visibilizar las desigualdades entre varones y mujeres a partir de la evidencia científica. Al mismo tiempo, aporta insumos para los procesos de rendición de cuentas y transparencia a las acciones de los organismos públicos y favorece las instancias de monitoreo y evaluación de políticas públicas en materia de género. El sistema nuestro utiliza diversas fuentes de información, como los censos de población, la encuesta continua de hogares, las encuestas demográficas, las estadísticas vitales, los registros públicos y las encuestas temáticas que tienen que ver con género, en base a las cuales realiza informes de actualización de indicadores, reporta indicadores y genera conocimiento acorde a las líneas estratégicas del instituto. Quería contarles que Uruguay ya tiene 2 encuestas de uso del tiempo, de las que hoy, por tratarse de estar centralizados en el tema de cuidados, fueron citadas tantas veces. La primera que hizo Uruguay fue en 2007, y la que, bueno, estaba vigente hasta hoy es de 2013. Con alegría les cuento, porque creo que ya lo conté en enero, que este año publicamos la tercera encuesta de uso del tiempo, cuyo trabajo de campo está terminado de hace pocas semanas, y estamos analizándola. Pensamos que a partir de una mesa de trabajo que armó el Instituto de las Mujeres, que lidera la encuesta, con el Instituto de Estadística de Uruguay, con ONU Mujeres y con el Fondo de Población de Naciones Unidas, esta mesa de trabajo está elaborando los análisis, y pensamos que entre los meses de agosto y septiembre vamos a estar publicando los primeros números, lo cual, como ustedes imaginarán, es un hito muy importante en este momento en que los desafíos de los cuidados están sobre el tapete, más allá de que Uruguay a partir del año 2016 se convirtió en el primer país de la región en implementar un sistema nacional de cuidados, que fue reformulado en este año 2022, pero que mantiene su espíritu y sus líneas principales, y sobre todo el compromiso político de mantenerlo. Les contaba que Uruguay participa también, como lo dije al principio, en el grupo de trabajo vinculado al proceso de transversalización de la perspectiva de género en la producción estadística, junto con CEPAL, SEA, y también dentro de la órbita del Sistema de Información de Género de Uruguay, tenemos hoy la responsabilidad del Observatorio de Violencia Basada en Género hacia las Mujeres. El observatorio había sido creado por la ley 19.580, la ley integral contra la violencia de género, que fue aprobada en el año 2017, y fue reformulado, pero en ese momento dependía de la Oficina de Planeamiento y Presupuesto del Poder Ejecutivo. A partir del presupuesto nacional del año 2020, la presidencia del observatorio está a cargo de mujeres, y también en el observatorio participa el Ministerio del Interior, la Fiscalía, y como invitada permanente la sociedad civil. El observatorio desarrolla actualmente varias líneas de trabajo. Una de ellas son los registros administrativos, que implica el diagnóstico de situación de los sistemas de registro administrativos de las respuestas del Estado en violencia. Como todos sabemos, este tipo de respuestas suelen tener carácter regional, local, nacional, y a veces se cruzan entre instituciones. La idea del observatorio es unificarlas. También lo mismo sucede con el reporte de femicidios, que es la otra línea de trabajo, donde muchas veces la definición en Uruguay, el femicidio fue aprobado por ley como una agravante del homicidio, y tiene ciertas características que muchas veces genera desencuentros en sociedad civil, en distintas instituciones como la Fiscalía, el Poder Judicial y el Ministerio del Interior, respecto a la configuración del carácter de tal. Lo que está haciendo el observatorio es sentar a todos los actores involucrados en este reporte para ponernos de acuerdo en el registro, por lo menos, de los casos. También estamos preparando para el año 2024 la tercera encuesta de prevalencia sobre violencia basada en género. Aclaro que es para el 24, estamos publicando, el año pasado publicamos la segunda encuesta de violencia. En este caso, la encuesta va a registrar, por supuesto, la evolución del fenómeno a partir de las dos encuestas anteriores, donde nos dio, por ejemplo, en la segunda, que en Uruguay el 76.7% de las mujeres mayores de 15 años reportaron haber vivido alguna situación de violencia basada en género a lo largo de su vida. Y el 47% de las mujeres que tuvieron pareja en algún momento de su vida reportan situaciones de violencia por parte de esa pareja. Esto implica que en Uruguay, más allá de los buenos indicadores en cuanto a estabilidad democrática e incluso indicadores económicos, por ejemplo, somos un país que se toma como ejemplo en varias partes del mundo occidental respecto al manejo de la pandemia, porque el impacto económico fue debido a una funcionalidad social fuerte, pudo ser repelido al punto que hoy las cifras de desocupación en Uruguay son más bajas que antes de la pandemia, y el crecimiento de la economía el año pasado fue del 4.2% del PBI, y este año está previsto que sea un 3,8%, y va a ser, el Ministerio de Economía acaba de anunciar que va a ser corregido a la alza. Por lo tanto, estamos hablando de un país que no ha sufrido, que sí, como todos, hemos tenido los impactos psicológicos, y en algunos sectores, los típicos, como el turismo, el comercio, que han tenido, y donde además emplean un alto número de mujeres, han tenido un impacto, pero no ha sido el de la tragedia económica que ha supuesto en otros casos. Pero sí, en violencia de género, seguimos siendo de los países que tenemos más dificultades para, en algunos casos, reconocer, y en otros lograr prevenir e incluso contrarrestar la violencia de género. Eso implica que el compromiso sea mayor, que por supuesto que para poder implementar las políticas tengamos que basarnos en las estadísticas, en los estudios empíricos sobre el tema, y en este sentido es que hemos decidido que, a pesar de tener una encuesta relativamente reciente, publicada en 2021, vayamos a hacer otra en 2024 para medir el resultado de las políticas que estamos implementando en esta administración que lleva 2 años y medio. También vamos a contar que el observatorio llevará adelante el monitoreo en relación a la implementación del Plan de Acción de Violencia de Género, que en este momento está en periodo de aprobación y publicación inminente por parte, que fue elaborado por el Consejo Nacional Consultivo, que preside mujeres e integra toda la institucionalidad de género que tiene relación con el tema. Quería agradecerles, mañana por supuesto nos reencontramos, y felicitarlas de nuevo por este día.
Habiendo finalizado las intervenciones de los países, agradezco a todas las delegaciones por la activa participación en el día de hoy y su compromiso. Lamentablemente ya no contamos con intérprete, por lo tanto no podemos continuar, pero esperamos los comentarios que estaban pendientes desde la sociedad civil en México. Nos volvemos a encontrar mañana, jueves 23 a las 9 horas de Chile. De esta forma damos por finalizada esta primera jornada de la reunión extraordinaria de la mesa directiva de la Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe. Buenas tardes y muchas gracias.